Welcome back to Warhammer brothers, sisters, heretics, orcs, and all the above. Today we're diving deep into the chapter history of the Minotaurs, where they met the Death Guard and nearly faced chapter extinction. Before we get to the video, as always, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and be sure to check out the merch in the description below. Now, let's get into the madness.
The fortress monastery drifted like a brazen wound through the dark. In the starless deeps beyond the Great Rift, the Daedalus crater burned with a dull, malignant radiance. Its hull was a continent of adamantine and ceramite, layered in slabs of armor thicker than hive spires were tall, carved with the sigils of the brazen bull. Macro batteries gaped along its flanks like jagged teeth. Launch bays yawned, cavernous and lightless, swallowing and birthing killcraft in a steady, predatory rhythm. It did not sail alone. Around the great ship moved an escort of lesser vessels, strike cruisers and escort frigates, press-ganged system monitors and rusting mass conveyors, a drifting city of steel, all drawn in the wake of the chapter's wrath. Behind that fleet lay death. Imperial worlds burned in the shadow the Daedalus crater, cast across the ages. The afterimage of its passage through the stars could be read in dead vox channels and garbled astropathic screams in the empty orbitals, where once proud orbital plates circled fertile worlds, in the hollowed husks of hives where only ash and bones remained. A dozen subjugated systems, scores of executed governors, billions of human lives culled, pacified, or erased entirely at a single terse command, murmured across the noospheric channels from the high lords of terror. The Minotaurs were executioners, and this was their axe. Within the armored gut of the fortress monastery, in a chamber of black marble and brass that rose like a cathedral around a single central projection pit, the War Council was in session. Hololithic ghosts of worlds rotated above the pit, stained in colors that marked their status: loyal, contested, condemned. Lines of light looped between them, representing flotillas, crusades, evacuation convoys, and invasion forces. Over all of it, aureate light bathed the towering form of Asterion Moloch. He stood at the lip of the pit, bull-helmed head tilted slightly as he regarded the streaming flow of data. His armor was a brutal parody of nobility, baroque plates of brazen ceramite, edged in black, hung with flayed skins and purity seals so numerous they might have been scales. The weapon at his hip was a thunder hammer sheathed in a crackling cage of refracted light, its head carved in the shape of a snarling bull's skull. Behind and below him stood mortals. Astra Militarum commanders projected by holo, their forms slightly blurred by the latency of distant astropathic relays. Naval commodores and system governors hunched in fearful attention. A ring of chapter captains stood about the pit like a court of armored statues, their visors blank, their heavy shoulders weighed down by the engraved kill tallies of 100 campaigns. Servo skulls drifted between them, casting Auspex light and spit-scrolling script across the air. Moloch raised one gauntleted hand, and the chamber fell silent. Segmentum Frontier, designation Laconis Cluster, intoned one of the ship's senior tacticians, his voice issuing from vox grills set into the collar of his armor. Enemy forces estimated at 3 entire macro commands of traitor guard, supported by mechanized heretic cohorts and a demi-warband of the so-called Iron Warriors. Loyalist presence consists of 5 understrength Astra Militarum regiments and a single, damaged naval battle group. Their astropaths beg for reinforcement. Moloch watched the holo shift. A cluster of worlds, each one ringed in red threat sigils, rotated beneath his gaze. Pale light from the hololith painted his helm in ghostly colors. "What is the High Lord's directive?" he asked. The question was a formality. The answer was already burned into the data slates clutched by the serfs, hunched at the pit's edge. "Containment," replied the tactician. "No strategic value assigned to the population. Denial of territory to the archenemy is the primary objective. The Minotaurs are granted full operational discretion. Moloch's Vox grill clicked softly as he drew breath. "Then they are spent," he said. A murmured ripple passed through the mortal voices arrayed below. One of the projected guardsmen, an old man with the hollow eyes of someone who had spent his lifetime watching casualty reports rise like the tide, took a half-step forward in his hollow frame. "Lord Astartes," he began, "my men cannot hold the line alone. If you were to detach even a single company, if you were to lend us your presence, the traitors might—" Moloch turned his helm slightly, more a gesture of acknowledgement than of respect. "You misunderstand your purpose, General," the chapter master said. His voice was a grinding, mechanized growl, stripped of intonation by the Vox. "You are not there to win. You are there to occupy the enemy's teeth. Your regiments will grind, and in grinding they will blunt. That is all that is required of you." "We will be annihilated," the old man said. There was no real protest in it, merely statement. Moloch inclined his head a fraction. "Yes." He lifted his hand again. Icons representing entire regiments flickered, then shifted color. He reassigned them with a series of brutal, economic gestures, sending them into meat-grinder offensives that would hold traitor attention just long enough for orbital strikes to cripple their armor and void-ship bombardments to scour their supply lines. Worlds became pawns, populous figures reduced to casualty estimates cascading along the margins of the hololith. "Your deaths purchase time," Moloch said. "Time is the only currency that matters in this age." The general bowed his head. The connection flickered, then vanished as the device routing his image cut the channel. One by one, the other mortal hollows followed suit. Naval officers saluted. Governors made the sign of the Aquila with trembling hands. Then they were gone, leaving only the towering Astartes and the whispering of cogitators. In the ceiling. "Cold, even for you," murmured one of the captains at Moloch's right hand, his voice tight with something that might have been admiration or envy. Moloch did not look at him. His helm stayed fixed on the turning worlds. "We are the axe, Captain," he said. "Axes do not count the splinters." Far below the strategium, in the echoing bowels of the Daedalus crater, the sound of a different voice rolled like thunder through armored decks. Ivanis Enkomi stood at the head of a chapel that could have housed a titan, his Crozius Arcanos held high. The weapon was a staff of black iron and gold, its head a brutal, many-faced icon of the bull, wreathed in crackling power. Every time he brought its butt down upon the deck, the impact rang through the metal like a hammer blow to a cathedral bell. Hundreds of Astartes knelt before him, a sea of brazen armor, helms lowered, right fists pressed against chest plates engraved with oaths and scars. Their shoulder guards bore the sign of the bull in black on brass, their bolt guns laid beside them like votive offerings. Incense burned in great braziers along the walls, thick coils of smoke twisting around purity banners and the desiccated husks of executed captives nailed up as object lessons in disobedience. "Brothers," Enkomi roared, his voice augmented by vox projectors hammered into the chapel's high vaults. "Hear the words of your purpose." The Crozius slammed down, sending another resonant boom through the air. "We are not a chapter of mercy. We are not a shield raised in pity over the weak. We are the sanctioned wrath of terror itself. The High Lords bid, and we obey. Entire worlds are rendered down to ash at a single word from those who sit in judgment above us. We are that word given blade and boot and bolter." His voice climbed, harsh and fervent. "Compassion is a luxury of those who do not understand their duty. Pity is sedition. Mercy to the enemies of the throne is mercy to their heretical spawn and the festering rot they carry in their hearts. When you kneel not in humility. You kneel in readiness, as hounds straining at the leash." He stalked along the front rank, the lenses of his helm flaring red. "Repeat it," he commanded. A guttural, thunderous response rolled back at him as hundreds of transhuman throats spoke as one. Pity is sedition. Mercy is heresy. We are the axe. Enkumi tasted the iron tang of the words in his mouth as if it were blood. His own faith was a furnace that never cooled, an agony of devotion that had burned away anything resembling doubt long ago. It was not enough to kill the enemies of the Emperor. One had to despise them. One had to find joy in their erasure, the better to embrace the role that fate had carved. He raised the Crozius one final time. "On your feet, bulls of the Daedalus crater. The galaxy beyond our hull is filth, and we are summoned once more to clean it with fire." Somewhere deep within the ship, a bell tolled, a low, grinding note that reverberated through void-hardened decks. The litany continued, a roaring tide of low Gothic and ancient chapter cant. Even as across the fortress monastery's vast interior, men and machines moved in precise, practiced patterns. In the gene vaults, light was softer, colder. Chief Apothecary Theron walked between ranks of stasis caskets, his footfalls muffled on polished metal. Each casket was a coffin of crystal and steel, lumen strips casting a blue-white glow over the pale organic forms within. Progenoid organs floated, suspended in amniotic gel, each one cocooned in layers of sacred machinery. Servitors drifted on ceiling rails, their chest cavities open to reveal racks of surgical tools, their eyes dim green behind lattices of bionic reinforcement. Around Theron, neophytes followed in silence. They wore only the thin carapace of initiation plate, their faces still human enough that emotion could be read in the tightness of their mouths, the set of their eyes. They had killed for the chapter already. They would kill for it again until their hearts gave out or their gene seed was harvested and sealed away. "You will not see this chamber often," Theron told them. His voice was surprisingly soft for an Astartes, though the vox still ground its edges into steel. "Most of you will never stand here a second time. Consider this your single lesson that is not taught with pain." He stopped before one of the caskets and placed a gauntleted palm against its surface. Frost crusted the armor, crackling faintly. "This is a brother," he said. "Not a weapon, not a number, not an entry on a casualty slate. This organ is the echo of a life spent in service. It is the only part of him that will matter beyond the burning of his corpse. Every gene seed is a future warrior. Every future warrior is a blade. We are not like the soft chapters, who recruit from the same fertile worlds and replenish their ranks like a river replenishes itself with rain. We are given scraps, and from those scraps, we make killers." He looked at the neophytes, one by one. Some met his gaze, others did not. "Our recruitment is brutal. Our indoctrination is accelerated. You are hurled into war as soon as your bodies can bear armor and your hands can hold a bolter. Many of you will die before both progenoids can be harvested. Many more will die where recovery is impossible. When we lose gene seed, we lose the future. We are not permitted to lose the future." He gestured, and servo skulls flitted closer, projecting schematics in the air. Diagrams of implantation routes, the slow, inevitable march from frail human to something else entirely. "You exist to ensure this," Theron said. "Your bodies are the vector by which the chapter persists. Your minds and souls are expendable. The organs we take from you are not." Behind the apothecarian's cold glass, the dead and the not yet born floated in their silent rows, a harvest of potential that stretched back through centuries of slaughter. The Minotaurs had been granted the tithe rights of entire sectors, yet still their reserves were worked like a starving man's larder. There were never enough. Outside the vaults, beyond the chapel, beyond the strategium, the Daedalus crater moved on. It sailed through a void littered with the corpses of worlds. There were planets whose skies had been burned away by cyclonic torpedoes on the chapter's command. Hives whose populations had been culled down to 1/10 in the name of compliance. Shrine worlds upon which heretics had been crucified in their millions to send a message written in blood across the warp. The Minotaurs did not merely win wars. They ended cultures. They broke histories. They left behind scars so deep that even the warp remembered. The ship's auger decks tracked it all. Casualty estimates that were counted in the billions scrolled, in pale green text along cogitator banks. The destruction was systemic, precise, almost beautiful in its ruthless efficiency. It pleased the High Lords. It pleased Moloch. Then the warp began to howl. It started as a tremor in the Geller field, a tooth-grinding vibration that ran through the bones of the Daedalus crater. In the navigator's spire, a tower of black glass and warded steel that jutted from the dorsal hull like a thorn, the senior navigator stirred in his cradle, third eye clenching shut as something foul brushed against his perceptions. "Disturbance!" he hissed, fingers clawing at the edge of the sarcophagus in which his wasted body lay. A turbulence ahead, not storm, not random. This is deliberate. Warning runes flickered to life across the vessel's hololithic displays. In the strategium, the image of the Laconis cluster dimmed and twisted as a new representation imposed itself over the projection pit. Auspec's sweeps showed an area of space ahead, saturating with particulate filth. Viridian plague smoke, too dense and structured to be natural, roiled in tides only the ship's machines could see. In the prow observation blister, lower deck serfs pressed their faces to armored glass as the void itself seemed to bruise. Colors that had no place in real space bled through the black, sickly greens and browns that left an aftertaste in the air. The Geller field flared brighter, screaming against invisible pressure. "Translate us away," snapped one of the bridge officers, a mortal whose skin was tattooed with Minotaur sigils, his vox bead crackling. "Shift course, bleed thrust. I want us out of this vector." "We do not turn," came Moloch's voice over the bridge vox, flat and absolute. "We advance, identify the source." In the Auspex pits, crewmen hurried to obey. Arrays turned like the eyes of a god, focusing on the origin of the plague smoke. Returns came back sluggish and smeared, fouled by interference that was as much spiritual as physical. Slowly, shapes coalesced from the static. Rust-streaked hulls, battleship silhouettes, once majestic and proud, now swollen and blistered with bloated excrescences. Vessel design lines that spoke of ancient Terran pattern work, warped beyond recognition by centuries of neglect and deliberate corruption. Around them drifted smaller shapes, hulks covered in weeping sores of open hangar bays, corpse barges whose holds leaked frozen bodies into the void like clouds of discarded chaff, pustule-encrusted hulks that pulsed with internal infestation. "Unknown fleet," reported the senior Auspex officer, his voice hitching despite himself. "Composition appears to be archaic cruiser patterns, hull markings, corrupted. Vox traffic is 'Emperor, preserve us.'" The Vox officer tore his headpiece away with a shout as a tide of static howled through it, not the clean white noise of machine error, but something wetter, labored, as though a diseased lung were being drawn across the signal. "Filter it," Moloch commanded. "Trying, Lord. There are Binharic strings embedded in the interference, but they are wrong. They repeat blessed litanies in reverse, overlaid with plague supplications. There are voices. They laugh when we attempt to nullify them." Moloch watched as the holographic representation sharpened at last, enough to reveal sigils burned into those corroded hulls. A stylized fly, a skull crowned not with laurels, but with a halo of dripping sores. 3 circles arranged in a triangle, the mark of the plague god. "The Death Guard," he said. The words were not a question. They drift toward us on no visible thrust, the Auspex officer said. But their relative velocity increases. They are being drawn, pushed. It is unclear. There are dozens of holes, perhaps more. We cannot achieve a firm count through the emissions. Malok's helm turned a fraction as he regarded the plague fleet. Once, he might have felt a flicker of grudging respect for Legionis Astartes that had fought at the War Master's side. Now, in this age of fractured, decayed war bands and degenerate cults, there was only contempt. Decayed curs, he said softly, more to himself than anyone. Old hounds still dreaming of the heresy. He lifted his head. Battle stations, he ordered, and this time his voice thundered across every Vox channel of the Daedalus crater. All companies to readiness. This is not a naval duel. They will try to board. We will oblige them. Armor crews to their stations. Boarding shields primed. This is a chapter alert. Every Astartes aboard this fortress monastery will stand to arms. Klaxons wailed. Red lumen strips strobed across cavernous hangar decks. Servitors unshackled boarding torpedoes and racked them in their launch cradles. Chapter serfs ran, hauling munitions carts, their bare feet slapping on cold metal as they raced between the thundering boots of giants. Astartes slammed helms into place, their Vox systems coming alive with the crackle of command channels. Outside the Strategium, in a quieter corridor, lit by devotional candles and emergency lumens, Encomi caught up with Theron. The chief apothecary's armor was spattered with the frost of the gene vaults. The chaplain's Crozius swung low at his side, still faintly buzzing with residual power from his sermon. "You saw the augurs," Encomi said without preamble. "I did," Theron replied. "Death Guard, or what remains of them." The chaplain's helm turned slightly, as if he were sniffing the air through its filters. "It stinks," he said. "Not the usual warp filth. This is personal. There is a taste to it, a flavor of rot that clings to thought. I do not like it." "There is little you do like," Theron observed. There was a flicker of dry humor in his voice, quickly gone. "Are you afraid, Reclusiarch?" Encomi's laughter crackled over the Vox, harsh and brief. "Afraid of the plague god's lapdogs? No, but I have stood on too many worlds where their tread has fallen. This is not an honorable enemy, if such a thing can exist. They do not come to test us. They come to defile. They come to spread themselves like a disease across anything they touch, until nothing that remains can be called pure." He looked at Theron, red eye lenses flaring. "Watch your vaults, apothecary. They would relish our extinction as a chapter more than any simple tally of slaughtered serfs. They will aim for that." Theron inclined his head. "My vaults are secure," he said, "but I will take your warning as a litany. I will double the cordons. Any breach, and I will burn the entire deck, rather than risk contamination." "Good." Encomi's hand clamped briefly on Theron's pauldron, a brutal, brotherly gesture. "High Command needs you alive. They can replace a chaplain. They cannot as easily replace the man who holds the keys to our future." Theron watched him go, then turned toward the ascending lifts that would carry him back toward the apothecarian. His mind was already moving ahead, calculating risk, envisioning triage patterns, imagining autopsy slabs slick with filth he had never before encountered. Far beyond the Daedalus crater, across a gulf of warped space now thick with invisible spores, a different kind of council was in session. The plague hulk that served as Sepsis Lord Gorvus Cole's flagship had once been a proud grand cruiser. Now, its corridors were lined with flesh grown from its own rusting walls, pulsing sluggishly, leaking pus. Bells rang from its masts, their tolling a constant background dirge. Clouds of demon flies swarmed through the air, their buzzing a chorus of praise. In the vessel's mustering hall, plague marines stood in ranks that were only vaguely orderly. Their armor, once mark patterns recognizable to the armorers of the Great Crusade, was now swollen, buckled and split, each plate home to colonies of crawling things. Tubes writhed, ichor dripped from corroded trim. Eyes blinked where eyes had no right to be. Around their feet shuffled mortal thralls in ragged robes, their bodies held together by rusting staples and divine neglect. Gorvus Cole loomed above them on a dais made of compacted corpses. His Terminator plate was a walking mausoleum, its surfaces layered with centuries of filth. 3 great censers hung from chains at his shoulders, belching clouds of green vapor that stank of rot and sweet, cloying perfumes. The blade in his gauntlets was a scythe that had once reaped wheat on some long dead agri-world. Now it reaped souls. "Children," he rumbled, his voice emerging as a bubbling tide through rotted Vox speakers. "We stand upon the cusp of a most blessed harvest." The Plague Marines chuckled and gurgled, their mirth a chorus of chest-deep rattles. "Out there," Cole continued, gesturing with the scythe toward the picture. Window, where the Daedalus crater was a distant brazen shape against the warp-stained dark, ride the bulls of the High Lords, the Minotaurs. Faithful hounds, unbeaten monsters, executioners without equal. How the throne relies upon them. How many worlds they have silenced for the joyless ghosts who rule in the corpse's name. He leaned forward, maggots spilling from a crack in his armor as he did so. "We will gift them transformation." He lifted a fist. Within it, vials clinked, delicate containers of crystal and bone, inside which something viridian and furious writhed. "The 7th Plague Company has many works to boast of," he said. "We have drowned worlds in pox. We have unmade hive cities with a single cough. We have turned entire chapters into weeping sores upon the flesh of the Imperium. But this will be a feast for Grandfather's ledger. We will let our beloved crawling pustulants creep into their holiest vaults. We will lace their gene seed with our master's laughter." The Plague Marines shuddered, not in horror, but in ecstasy. "By the time the High Lords notice," Cole whispered, voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur that nonetheless filled the hall, "the bulls will already be rotting from within. Their sons yet unborn will carry our blessing in every cell. An entire chapter wasted away, not by bolter, not by blade, but by kindness." He laughed then, a hideous bubbling peal. "Prepare the torpedoes," he said. "Prime the boarding shells. Chant your blessings over every shell casing and every rusted chain. Mortarian's chosen sons go to war, and by the dusk of this void-born night, the Minotaurs will already be ours." A choir of diseased throats roared their approval. The bells tolled louder. Somewhere deep within the plague, Hulk's diseased core, vats stirred as they mixed new strains of sickness. The fleet of rust and rot turned its weeping prows toward the distant gleam of the Daedalus. Crater and the Great Plague reached out hungry fingers toward brazen ceramite and sacred gene vaults. In the howling dark between, the warp smiled. The first shots were answered by laughter. The Daedalus crater bared its teeth and spat fire into the void. Macro batteries the size of cathedrals roared along its flanks, hurling shells of adamantine and packed plasma downrange. Each shot was a falling mountain, a compacted sun of annihilation wrapped in metal. Lance decks vomited spears of pure starfire, stabbing across the gulf to rake the rust-swollen silhouettes that drifted toward the fortress monastery. The nearest plague hulk took the storm full in the face. Plates of ancient armor sheared away in spinning continents. A lance strike burrowed deep, boiling its internal atmosphere, tearing out whole decks that blossomed into a shimmering cloud of wreckage. For a moment, it was almost beautiful. Then, the wreckage pulsed. What should have been vaporized slag and frozen air instead flowered outward as glittering pollen, as spore clouds that caught the weak starlight and turned it a sickly green. Corpses, thousands upon thousands, were flung free of the Hulk's torn guts, tumbling through space in clotting tangles. Their mouths opened and closed in soundless screams, vomiting ropes of congealed filth that did not freeze in the cold, but writhed and spread like oil on water. The macro shells punched the hulks apart. The hulks answered by dying badly. On the bridge, officers watched Auspec's returns smear and bloom. Impact confirmed on first target cluster, intoned a gunnery surf, sweat beading on his tattooed brow despite the chill. Structural failure across multiple decks. Secondary signatures spreading. The debris fields are expanding against all expected vectors. Of course they are, murmured the senior Auspex officer, jaw clenched. They are not ships, they are growths. Fresh fire hammered out from the Daedalus crater, but now every successful strike birthed more of the same. Clouds of particulate contagion expanded in great slow tides, shining faintly as they caught the light of the guns. The fortress monastery ploughed forward into that miasma, its void shields shimmering as the filth pattered against them, leaving greasy, luminous trails that steamed upon the barrier. "Maintain rate of fire," Moloch's harsh voice cut through the bridge vox. "Do not yield range. We are not here to admire their death throes." The Death Guard answered at last. From the swollen prows of the plague fleet, tubes gaped like suppurating wounds. Plague torpedoes belched forth, their hulls pitted and covered in rusted icons, their drives sputtering like diseased lungs. They did not fly straight. They lurched and jinked, carving obscene curves through the void as though guided by a will that delighted in mockery of proper ballistics. "Incoming ordnance," called the Auspex officer. "Multiple waves. Trajectories are wrong. They shift mid-flight. Machine spirits report distress." Point defense batteries on the Daedalus crater woke in long lines of muzzle flashes, scything paths of tracer fire through the void. Some of the torpedoes died cleanly, their guts bursting into roiling fire that dissipated against the void shields in harmless waves of heat. Others broke apart in more disturbing fashion, splitting open to spill their contents, even as they spun end over end. Broken torpedo shells became clotted seed pods, vomiting clouds of insects, meat and grit that slapped wetly against the fortress monastery's invisible barrier. A few slipped through, knifing in too close and too fast for the guns to intercept. They burned toward the Daedalus crater's hull, vox howling with a static that stank of old blood. They hit like hammers. The impacts shuddered through the ship from stem to stern. On gun decks and shrine levels, in manufactoria and dormitories, the floor trembled beneath countless feet. The thump of each strike was deep and meaty, accompanied by the tearing shriek of metal giving way. Boarding augers lit up, pinpricks of hostile contact blooming across hololithic schematics. Then the klaxons began. Howls of alarm rose from every vox grill, a wailing chorus that set mortal teeth on edge and quickened Astartes' hearts to killing pace. Red statute lights blossomed along corridor walls, bathing everything in blood glow. Void shield status runes flickered. Geller field projectors groaned, as if resentful at being asked to hold back not only the sea of warp beyond, but the tide of filth now clinging to the ship's skin. Across thousands of kilometers of armored corridor and sacred chamber, the Daedalus crater went to battle. Armuriums roared into activity. Racks of bolt guns and chainswords slid into waiting hands. Servitors shuffled forward with crates of ammunition, their cog augmetics clicking, prayer script etched into the bone of their exposed ribs. Barracks disgorged squads of Minotaurs in legionary plate, each warrior a walking slab of brass-edged death. Chapels emptied, candles guttering in the wake of brazen giants as they marched out, litanies still echoing in the void-hardened air. Each impact marker on the hololithic schematics was a wound. Dozens became scores. Scores became hundreds. The plague torpedoes had not come alone. Alongside them rode breaching pods scabbed in rust and makeshift armor, each one packed tight with plague marines and their mortal cattle. Hundreds of pods slammed into the fortress monastery, in a single, grotesque volley, like maggots burying themselves in fresh meat. In one such wound, on a void-hardened gun deck near the midship spine, the Minotaurs waited. They had taken position with the cold precision of a chapter honed over centuries of killing other space marines. A wall of storm shields locked shoulder to shoulder, their curved faces etched with sigils of the bull and crossed-out names of dead enemies. Behind them, bolt guns bristled, bright red lenses of helm optics glowing in the half-light. The air stank of burnt incense and machine oil. Sergeant Focus stood in the central rank, shield planted like a bastion before him, thunderhammer resting its head on the deck. Around him, his squad was silent, watching the far end of the gun deck where the wall itself bulged and buckled. The plague torpedo had struck there, drive section burying itself halfway through the Daedalus crater's hull plating. Now its twisted prow was blossoming, metal crumpling and peeling back like flesh under flensing knives. Rusted teeth bit into Minotaur steel. Runes crawled, oozing pus. With a final shriek, the torpedo split apart, and a tide of green vapor howled out. The void seals held. The gun deck's own emergency fields flared, contained the breach. But the smoke rolled in thick and greasy, hugging the floor, seeking any weakness in ceramite or flesh. Within it, lumbering shapes began to move. "Brace!" Focus growled over the squad vox. "Helm seals checked. Weapons live. Remember who you are." The first plague marine came out of the fog like something dredged from the bottom of a poisoned sea. His armor was a clotted mass of barnacle-like growths, shoulder guard emblazoned with the three-circled sigil of corruption. A chain of skulls dragged behind him, each one trailing strings of congealed matter. He raised a bolter the size of a mortal man and fired from the hip, the weapon coughing shells that left smoking trails of viridian filth. They slammed into the wall of shields, detonating in sprays of sticky shrapnel. Impact runes flared on Focus's visor. His arm jarred under the force, but the shield held. "Return fire," he snapped. The gun deck lit with the steady drumbeat of disciplined bolter fire. Shells screamed past the shield wall, impacting the oncoming death guard. One plague marine stumbled as a bolt round punched through a rent in his gorget, detonating inside his neck in a spray of curdled blood and worms. Another lost an arm at the shoulder to a crack burst, the limbs spinning away, fingers still clenching and unclenching around its rusted knife. They did not slow. More of them pushed through, scythes held high, rusted chain blades coughing clouds of insect swarms. Their laughter came over the open vox, a disgustingly wet chuckle that rattled with phlegm. "Bulls behind a fence," one of them gurgled. "Look at them, brothers. See how they brace, how they hope." The death guard hit the storm shields like a rotten tide. Impact jarred down Focus's arm as a plague-ridden shoulder smashed into his barrier. He shoved back, boots gouging furrows in the deck. To his left, another Minotaur roared a battle cry and drove his shield edge into a bloated gut, rupturing it. A slurry of diseased organs spilled out, splattering the floor, writhing as they hit. The plague marine blinked maggot, filmed eyes, and tried to laugh even as his entrails slopped free. "Forward!" Focus snarled. "Hammer and bull!" The shield wall advanced, step by brutal step. Thunderhammers rose and fell in measured arcs, each strike a killing blow. One hammer descended on a plague marine's helm, pancaking it into his chest in a spray of brain and shattered bone. Another crushed a shoulder joint, tearing an arm away in a roiling mass of pus. The Minotaurs fought with no artistry, only embedded, relentlessly drilled violence. Every movement was efficient. Every strike was intended not merely to kill, but to break and cast aside. But Nurgle's sons did not die kindly. One plague marine, his legs shattered by a hammer blow, dragged himself along the floor by his hands, laughing as he went. Focus stamped down, crushing the traitor's head under his boot with a crunch. The body spasmed, Its cracked chest plate bulged, then ruptured in a concussive burst of gas and pollened filth. Green vapor erupted, washing over the front rank of Minotaurs. Warnings screamed across helm displays, filters overloaded, tripping purification routines. Where the fog touched exposed cables, corrosion blossomed like fungi, metal turning black and crumbling. In a joint where ceramite plate met bodysuit, droplets of fluid sizzled, eating into the seal. "Hold," Focus barked, even as the air around him turned thick and sour. "You breathe through the Emperor's will, nothing else." In other parts of the fortress monastery, there was no time for commands. On a lower habitation level, where hundreds of thousands of serfs were crammed into stacked hab cells, the impact of another plague torpedo tore a corridor open to the void. There was a heartbeat of silence as the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Then atmosphere fled, screaming, dragging bodies, debris and burning incense braziers with it. Men and women were snatched from floors and bunks, flung like dolls into the tearing darkness. Their last screams were ripped from them, whipped away into space. Bulkhead fields flickered, then stabilized. Where there had been a corridor, there was now a jagged, frozen wound edged in shattered bodies. On a command level overlooking a cluster of manufactoria, Captain Akragas watched plague fog seep through a shuttered blast door. It rolled along the floor, ignoring the blessed seals and purity wards inscribed into the metal, flowing through the minute imperfections nonetheless, relentless and patient. The vox channels from the levels below crackled with choking, panicked screams as chapter serfs coughed up their lungs and the servitors began to seize, systems glitching under the caress of alchemical rot. "Containment breach on lower decks," a tech adept stammered, his pict lens flickering. "If the fog reaches the primary armory feeders, we will lose. We..." His voice trailed off as he watched the plume creep toward a second set of doors. Akragas did not hesitate. "Open all exterior shutters for this section," he snapped. "Dump the decks." The tech adept stared. "Lord, there are tens of thousands of serfs in those sections," he blurted. "Our armurium feeds, our..." "They are already dead," Akragas said. "They are dead the moment the plague god's breath touched them. Do it." He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The weight of the order settled over the chamber like a shroud. "By your word," the adept whispered, fingers trembling as he entered the commands. Across 3 stacked decks, shutters blew. Runes flashed from sealed to open. For an instant, every habnook, every manufactorum line, every refectory and shrine was connected to the naked void. People were flung screaming into the black, their bodies and souls alike stripped by the cold. Plague fog was torn apart in the rush, dispersed into the nothing between stars. Death Guard assault parties, who had been pushing through those levels, were taken with them, their bloated forms suddenly light as paper as they were torn loose from the decks and dragged out alongside the serfs they had come to torment. On internal pict feeds, Akragas watched 1,000 small suns of freezing breath bloom and vanish. He watched the faces of men who had carried Minotaur sigils on their brows rip away into the dark. He watched the fog thin. He felt nothing. "They were meat," he said quietly. "We must not allow that filth to reach the magazines." Elsewhere, the Death Guard displayed their own theology. On a shrine deck stained with the blood of freshly slaughtered serfs, plague marines fell back under disciplined Minotaur fire. They did so slowly, mockingly, never breaking completely, always leaving behind heaps of twitching bodies. Chapter serfs, servitors, gangers press-ganged from conquered worlds. Even a fallen Minotaur or two, their bodies half disassembled by plague knives. As the Minotaurs advanced, stepping over the dead, the first of the corpses detonated. They did not explode with fire and shrapnel. They burst like overripe fruit, their bellies rupturing, their skulls popping, their veins turned into pressure lines for trapped gas. Clouds of crawling pustulence roared out in ragged waves, a living mist that sparked and crackled with unnatural vitality. The front rank staggered as the fog hit them. Ceramite turned black where it touched, the plates bubbling as if laid over a forge. Seals hissed and burst. One Minotaur screamed as his right pauldron dissolved, the armor collapsing into flaking sludge, exposing the black carapace beneath. The plague mist sank into that living bone, and his scream turned from pain to something else, something high and choked. "Back!" roared his sergeant. "Fall back! Fall back! Seal the corridor! Burn the wounded!" "Negative," another voice cut in over the link. It was Harad of Second Company, his tone as steady as ever. "You advance. I will seal the corridor behind you. Your wounded are obstacles. Step over them." The Minotaur with the dissolving pauldron reached for his brothers, fingers clawing at brass plates. "Brother," he gasped, "help me. I can feel it." A bolt shell took him in the temple. His helm burst, ejecting fragments of skull and cooked brain in a fan. The sergeant who had delivered the mercy shot did not slow, did not even look down. He stepped over the collapsing body, driving forward toward the retreating death guard. On the traitor's side, Vox channels burbled with mirth. "Listen to them," a plague champion gurgled, watching from a junction further back, his armor idly leaking a steady stream of pus. "Hear how the bulldogs bellow when their lungs fill with rot. So noble, so very eager not to falter." "They roar now," another replied, wheezing with laughter. "They will whimper later when they cough up pieces of themselves into their helmets." The battle in the arteries of the Daedalus crater was a microcosm of the age. As Astartes butchered Astartes in echoing steel corridors, as mortal serfs died in quantities too great to meaningfully count, the same story played out 1,000 times over across the scars of the Imperium. Plague fleets crawled along fractured warp routes, seeding worlds with pestilence that no purifier flame could wholly scour. Refugee convoys staggered from ruined systems, only to be turned away at gunpoint by defenders terrified of invisible contamination. Entire subsectors choked on their own filth, their distress calls lost in the screaming sea of the Great Rift. Decisions made in the strategium of the Daedalus crater, in the blood-spattered corridors of its gun decks, would echo outward in ways the dying serfs could not imagine. A vented deck here saved a magazine there, allowing the Minotaurs to prosecute another extermination somewhere else. A Death Guard boarding party's success in contaminating a single critical system might doom not only the chapter, but every world they would otherwise have pacified. The galaxy bled from 1 billion wounds. This was only one of them. In a spine corridor near the upper sanctuaries, the thunder of jump packs shook the air. Enkomi came down in fire and smoke, his Crozius a comet trail of blue corona. Behind him, a squad of assault marines landed in a rolling crash of ceramite and roaring jets, their descent scorching twisted icons from the walls. The corridor ahead was choked with Death Guard, advancing in a slow, implacable wedge, bolters coughing, plague knives hacking at Minotaur line troops who had tried to hold with static fire. "Make way!" Enkomi snarled over the Vox. The battered Minotaurs in the front ranks obeyed without question. They broke left and right, shields lowering, creating a gap, just as the Death Guard pushed forward to exploit what they thought was a faltering defense. The Reclusiarch roared a catechism and slammed into them. His Crozius smashed down on the helm of the lead Blightlord Terminator. The head of the weapon flared, power fields shrieking as they bit into ceramite. For an instant, resistance held. Then the helm imploded, collapsing into the chest cavity in a wet, crunching explosion. Shattered metal, brain, bone, and a knot of squirming maggots sprayed out in a grisly halo. The headless body lurched, arms spasming, before Enkomi kicked it back into its comrades. "Push!" he bellowed. "No quarter. These are not honored traitors. They are refuse-wearing armor. Assault Marines followed in his wake, chainswords roaring as they crashed into the disrupted Death Guard formation. They struck high, targeting joints and cable clusters, prying apart armor swelled by centuries of unnatural growth. A chain blade bit into a Plague Marine's belly and was momentarily arrested by layers of clotted fat and tumor. Then it tore through, ripping guts that had blackened into something like tree roots. Those roots whipped and coiled even as they were severed, lashing around the blade and sprouting fist-sized boils that burst against Minotaur armor. One of Enkomi's warriors howled as half his visor was drenched in that spray. The plastic blistered, sagging in grotesque droplets. He tore the helmet free and cast it aside, only for the exposed flesh of his face to be immediately coated in a slick of crawling spores. Blisters flowered along his cheek. His eye exploded into a fountain of watery humor. "Close your eyes and kill," Enkomi snapped, driving his Crozius into another foe. "You have no need of sight. The Emperor sees for you." He moved with fury honed by centuries. Every strike of his weapon shattered something vital. He broke arms at the shoulder, splintered ribs, pulped torsos. Where the Crozius landed, the rot inside the Death Guard armor was forced out, splattering the deck in nauseating waves. He was soon slick with it, brass, plate dripping jelly like filth, purity seals soaked and unreadable. He did not slow. Behind the Death Guard line, a Vox bead crackled in the Vox grill, set into the gorget of a hulking figure. Cole watched the picked relays projected into the air before him. Each feed was a ghostly image of some section of the Daedalus crater's interior, taken from corrupted servo skulls and plague drones that had slipped past the Minotaur's defenses. One showed Enkomi's rampage, rendered in flickering greens and whites. Another showed a manufactorum level, now devoid of atmosphere, bodies frozen in the act of reaching for sealed doors. A third showed a narrow service conduit where a ragged line of Plague Marines were forcing their way past auto-defense turrets. He ignored most of them. "Closer!" he rasped, one bloated finger tapping at a particular cluster of runes. A mortal slave attached to the relay engine babbled affirmations, turning dials with hands that were more sore than skin. The image tightened, honed in on a region deep within the fortress monastery. It was strangely quiet there compared to the rest of the vessel. No alarms, no obvious signs of struggle. Vault icons flashed, represented here as hulking, stylized locks. The Gene Vault cluster. Cole's grin split unseen flesh beneath his helm. "There you are," he whispered. "The sweetmeats, the marrow of the beast." He croaked a command in a tongue that had started life as Binharik and ended up as something else entirely. Plague drones stirred in their nesting pits, their bloated bodies buzzing as they took flight, carried through strange warp-fold tunnels directly into the Minotaur's inner spaces. Sorcerous Auspex arrays, themselves living things shaped into the pretense of machines, focused their attention on those vaults, drinking in readings, analyzing structural integrity, pathogen susceptibility. "Reroute the next waves," Cole growled over the Sepsis cohort's battlenet. "I want fresh boarding shells aimed for these arteries. Mark them. Feed the coordinates to every torpedo that still has a spark in its gut. I do not need this fortress monastery. I need its wombs." On the Daedalus crater, far from the clangor of the front lines, Theron stood once more in the Apothecarian. It did not feel like a sanctuary now. The distant booms of macro cannon and lance discharge vibrated through the walls, a constant threat that the universe beyond might at any moment intrude in the form of molten debris. Vox channels hissed in the background, a static chorus of casualty reports and screamed orders. Servitors clanked between stasis rows, their previously smooth, practiced movements now jittery as their organic components responded to the ambient psychic stink of the Death Guard. On a central slab lay a Minotaur, armor cut away from his chest in ragged sections. His flesh was mottled, bruised beneath the pallor. The black carapace beneath the skin looked wrong. Not diseased, not yet, but subtly, softened, as if it had lost some essential hardness. Theron stood over him with a suite of sensor tendrils snaking from a backpack array, their tips sunk into the exposed flesh. Numbers and bar graphs danced across his helm display, but he ignored most of them. What mattered was the pattern they formed, the song beneath the cacophony. "This is not an incidental warp-borne pathogen," he murmured. An assisting apothecary shifted uneasily. "His armor seals failed in a crawling pustulence burst," the younger Astartes said. "We thought he had been killed outright, but his hearts refused to stop. We found him trying to stand again. The corruption may simply be stubbornness of his physiology." Theron shook his head. "Listen," he said. He increased the power to the probe array. The tendrils burrowed deeper, slipping past the black carapace into the dense tangle of organs beneath. The wounded Minotaur twitched, eyes rolling white, but restraints held him fast. On the display, the readings sharpened. The pathogen was present in almost every tissue sample, not in overwhelming quantities, not obvious. It hid within cells, clinging to certain markers, with an almost affectionate tenacity. It pulsed in time with the warrior's heartbeats, its activity spiking along neurochemical pathways that corresponded to the implanted organs of the gene-wrought warrior. Secondary hearts. Osmodular altered bone. The progenoid glands. "This thing knows us," Theron said, a note of something like awe creeping into his tone despite himself. "It has been taught, sculpted to seek out the signatures of Astartes' augmentation. It cares nothing for the man, only for the work inside him." He cut the power to the probes. The wounded Minotaur sagged, breath rasping. "Destroy him," Theron said. "Incinerate the remains, and bring me every casualty that has so much as coughed since this battle began. I want samples of blood, lymph, bile, and cerebral fluid. All of it. Do not release anyone back to the line without my mark upon their chart." The assisting apothecary hesitated. "Lord, we will strip the companies of their wounded. Our numbers are not infinite. We cannot—" Theron turned his helm slowly. The young Astartes fell silent under the weight of that red gaze. "Every gene seed we harvest from this point is quarantined," the chief apothecary said. "Lock the vaults, triple the wards. Nothing goes in untested. Nothing comes out at all until I say so. If the enemy has crafted a plague to seek our organs, then our vaults are not a refuge. They are the prize." He looked up, toward the ceiling, as if his gaze could pierce decks of armor and corridor to reach the distant, crouched plague hulks. "They are not here to break us," he said softly. "They are here to poison the well." Around him, the apothecarian's lumen strips flickered as the ship shook under another barrage. In their stasis caskets, rows of progenoid organs floated in their blue light, serene and unaware. Outside, Deathguard fought and died laughing. Minotaurs butchered and were butchered without a second thought for the organ harvests that would follow. In the arteries of the beast, sepsis had begun. The lower decks began to scream. In the lofty sanctums and gun decks nearer the spine of the Daedalus crater, war was a measured thing. It was bolts and litanies, vox orders and shield walls. Down below, where the fortress monastery's mass met the ragged edge of necessity, war arrived as disease. The habtiers were warrens layered upon warrens, a stack of metal hives welded to the underside of the beast. There, squeezed into barracks and rust-sweating corridors, toiled more souls than walked upon many compliant worlds. Chapter serfs dragged supply pallets along rails slick with machine oil. Skitari cohorts marched in precise, shuffling lockstep between manufactoria lines. Attached, Regiments of the Astra Militarum drilled and bled, their banners hanging limp in the stale air. The first Poxwalker was born in a mess hall. He had been a stevedore once, a heavy-shouldered man from some penal world whose name the ship's records no longer bothered to retain. He had eaten from the same battered tin bowl every shift, under the same flickering lumen strip, shoulder to shoulder, with 1,000 other identically forgettable lives. He did the same that day, shoveling reconstituted ration mush into his mouth with a hand scarred by cargo hooks. The cough started as a tickle, nothing more, a dry scratch in the throat. He cleared it against his sleeve, grunted, went back to chewing. The itch became a claw, dragging itself down his windpipe. He felt heat in his lungs. The next cough painted his hand red. He had time for one thought, a muzzy, sleep-starved confusion. That is too much blood. Then something burst inside him. It began as a bubbling under the skin, little, writhing knots like trapped vermin. His eyes bulged. He dropped his bowl and clutched at his throat, fingers digging bloody furrows as if he could tear the obstruction free. Men on either side cursed, shoving away from him as blood sprayed from his mouth, thick and dark, and shot through with motes of sickly green. By the time they stood, it was too late. His body swelled, armor vest creaking, bones popped. His skull cracked along old fracture lines, pus weeping from the gaps. When his spine snapped, it did not break him. It bent him into a new configuration, arms dangling, hands curving into claws. His mouth stretched into a rictus grin as gums peeled back and teeth lengthened, blackening. His eyes clouded over, then burst with a wet sound, leaking strings of yellow jelly down his cheeks. The stevedore died. The first Poxwalker lurched to its feet, bowl still clamped upside down to one hand where the muscles had locked. He did not moan. He giggled. Then he grabbed the man nearest him and bit his face off. The plague rolled out from that first contact like fire along a promethium slick. In the manufactoria, men collapsed on the lines, their bodies bloating, bursting, rising again in jerks and spasms. Skitari augmetics sparked and hissed as their organic components rebelled, combat subroutines trying and failing to process the fact that one half of their flesh stock had suddenly decided to grow extra mouths. The attached Imperial Guard regiments had it worst. They had mustered in parade squares and practice ranges during the initial alarms, officers straining to catch orders from the chapter's brusque, uncaring liaison staff. They stood in ragged formation amid stacked crates and rusted armor, laser guns held ready, bayonets fixed. When men began to cough, the officers shouted at them to stand straight. When men began to vomit strings of organs and creatures that should not exist, the lines broke. At first, they did what guardsmen always did. They shot. Lasfire crisscrossed the exercise yards, cutting down thrashing forms that had once been comrades. Some fell and stayed down. Many did not. Limbs went missing. Jaws hung off by threads. Bodies riddled with burns tottered back to their feet, giggling that same wet, horrible giggle. They shuffled forward through sheets of light, driven by a will that did not care whether there was any face left to grin with. The vox nets filled with choking screams and gibbered prayers. "Command, this is 2nd Minotaurum Auxilia, Lower Habtier Delta. We have thrown. They are everywhere. They will not stay down. They will not die. They..." "Hold your lines," snapped a Minotaur liaison, voice bored. "You are guardsmen of the Imperium. You will stand and engage." "They are our own men, Lord. They are dead," came the reply. "What moves is no longer theirs. Aim for the head and keep firing." The Poxwalker hordes spread. They flooded out of eating halls and barracks, down stairwells and along tramways, a tide of rotted flesh wrapped in ragged fatigues and half-melted augmetics. They fell upon work gangs, ate them, then rose gnawing on bones now fused to their own deforming limbs. Manufactoria lines became slaughterhouses. Conveyor belts moved on, carrying the dismembered pieces of men into grinding machines that now fed something other than war. In the guts of the Daedalus crater, population figures were reducing themselves. Up in the strategium, the numbers were lines of cold green. Contagion outbreak confirmed across lower hab tiers, droned a data surf as he read off the latest cogitator updates. His voice did not shake. He had not been made to empathize with those whose deaths he recorded. Initial infection sources uncontained, poxwalker ratios rising exponentially. Attached Astra Militarum regiments report catastrophic morale collapse and ammunition depletion. Hollow representations of the lower decks glowed beneath. Moloch's gaze. Sections that had been marked in dull loyalist blue now pulsed with ugly viridian corruption. Swarms of red indicators showed poxwalker concentrations. White icons marked remaining guard strength. The white grew fewer with every blink. This vessel will not be lost to an infestation of warp-spawned cattle, Moloch said. Patch their commanders into this channel. The hololith flickered. Faces formed above the pit. A colonel from a siege regiment whose uniform still carried the dust of a world the Minotaurs had conquered. A Voidsman Commodore pressed into ground command. A scarred sergeant elevated beyond his pay grade because everyone above him had already died. They saluted, some more neatly than others. You will cease attempts to hold fixed positions, Moloch said without introduction. His helm was held high, brazen faceplate a mask of remote disdain. Break into mobile blocks. You will engage the poxwalker masses in direct assault, drawing them away from structural choke points and primary artery routes. You are hereafter designated ablative mass units. Your role is to occupy enemy attention and absorb infection vectors. There was a moment where they did not understand what had been said. It passed quickly. Lord, the colonel began, if we advance into those mobs, we will be overrun in moments. My men are already... That is sufficient, Moloch cut in. You are not expected to hold. You are expected to die in directions that suit my purposes. Anger flashed in the colonel's eyes, quickly smothered. The Voidsman's lips thinned. The scarred sergeant simply bowed his head. Our regiments will be expended, Lord, the colonel said quietly. There will be nothing left. Moloch tilted his horned helm slightly. You are mistaken, he replied. Your regiments have already been expended. They went to their deaths the moment this fleet translated into the same void as the Death Guard. What we are doing now is arranging the manner of that expenditure. You will draw the plague herds into kill zones adjacent to promethium feeds and venting points. You will die thickly enough that your bodies will serve as fuel. The Commodore found his voice. Lord Astartes, these are imperial citizens, he said. We are servants of the throne. To use us as meat shields against these monsters is... Moloch turned his gaze on him. Even through flickering hollow distortion, the weight of it was palpable. You will obey, he said, or I will have your regiment's designation struck from my records and your world placed on an extermination schedule when next we pass. There will be no more discussion. He cut the channels himself. The hollow faces vanished. The icons representing their units shifted. Paths of forced march flared along the lower decks, drawing bright lines across the plague-ridden map. Poxwalker swarms began to turn toward the new stimuli, lured by the sound and scent of terrified humans moving in organized clumps. Expend them wisely, Moloch said, almost to himself. We have much yet to kill. If there was pity in him, it did not show. Down where the air was thick enough to eat, the Death Guard were busy with their own kind of work. Plague surgeons lumbered through corridors slick with gore, their backpacks bristling with syringes and hooked implements. Manipulator arms ended in bone saws and pitted blades. On their chests, vials of slow-moving filth clinked against one another. Tallymen shuffled at their sides, counting, always counting, yellowed parchment unspooling from their armor as they logged each new strain's performance. Humidity is below ideal, one surgeon rasped, pausing in a hab block where men had died with their hands melted to the bulkhead. His helm lenses flared a jaundiced green. Too dry. The crawling pustulence prefers a damp cradle. A tallyman croaked a response, numbers bubbling from his ruined mouth as he scrutinized the way the plague mist clung to the walls. Tiny creatures scuttled along his parchment, nibbling at the ink, altering totals in ways only they and the plague god understood. The surgeon gestured. Mortal thralls dragged censers forward, their bronze sides corroded, their chains numb with verdigris. They set them down at intersections and cracked them open. New vapors spilled forth, warm and heavy, smelling of sweet rot and old fever. The air thickened, beads of sweat standing out on the few still living faces in the vicinity. Within the fog, spores danced joyfully. Better, the surgeon mused. We will see more robust growth here. In a manufactorum, where promethium lines ran raw along the ceiling, another surgeon adjusted the mix in his tanks, adding strands of something yellow and fibrous to the solution that dripped steadily from his feeder nozzles. Where the droplets fell, they hissed. Metal blackened, but did not quite melt. Too virulent, he scolded a hovering nurgling. We want the host to move, not to puddle. The tiny demon stuck out a bluish tongue and burped a puff of gas in his face. He chuckled, slapped it aside, and tweaked the mixture again. To them, the lower decks were not a battleground at all. They were a proving ground, a crucible for alchemical curiosity. They watched poxwalker herds surge and falter, taking notes on how quickly they formed, how readily they responded to fresh stimuli, how long it took for guardsmen to crack and run from their own infected comrades. They altered wind patterns by redirecting ventilation, opened and closed bulkhead doors at random to create pressure differences, amused at the way panic intensified contagion. While they refined their art, the Minotaurs refined their cruelty. The apothecarian was no longer quiet. The slab where Theron had examined his first corrupted brother had been washed so many times that the metal itself looked worn. It did not matter. The stink of burned flesh and boiled-off humors clung to the air, jammed into the filters like bad memories. A sergeant stood before him now, armor spattered with fresh char, helmet carried maglock to his belt. His face bore the impassive set of a man used to being obeyed. My squad holds a junction 2 levels above, he said. 3 of my brothers have taken wounds. Their seals were compromised in the last fog burst. I have ordered them extracted for treatment. Your order countermanded mine. Theron did not look up from the data slate in his hand. I instructed that no wounded be recovered from sectors marked with crawling pustulence exposure, he said. If your men have been breathing that taint, then they are already suspect. They are Minotaurs, the sergeant snapped. They will not falter. Their flesh will not betray them. Theron raised his gaze at last. His helm lenses were dull red in the chamber gloom, devoid of any hint of softness. Their flesh is not theirs, he said. It is the Emperor's, gifted to this chapter. I will not allow that gift to be turned against us by a sentimental refusal to accept contamination. Any doubt of purity is grounds for incineration, Sergeant. I will not compromise the long-term viability of our gene stock for the comfort of a handful of dying men. You consign them to die without even an attempt to save them. I consign them to die cleanly, Theron corrected. They will burn without ever rising giggling to tear at your throat. That is more mercy than the Death Guard grant their own. The sergeant's jaw flexed. For a moment, it seemed he might reach for his weapon. The apothecarian's servitors shifted, targeting logic waking beneath glazed eyes. The moment passed. He forced his hand away from the pistol grip and bowed his head instead, the movement stiff and resentful. As you command, Lord Apothecary, he said. Their names will be omitted from the harvest rolls. Theron returned his attention to the slate. Casualty figures flickered across it, ruthless in their precision. Serfs, hundreds of thousands dead, probably more, where Vox Links had gone silent entirely. Auxilia, Tens of thousands of mortal soldiers lost, many of their gene lines not even worthy of entry into the tithe records. Thrall tech adepts, hundreds of robed, metal-limbed forms torn apart, their secrets spilling out with their guts. Minotaurs, dozens of battle brothers beyond recovery. Worse, a growing handful whose bodies could be burned, but whose gene seed was too compromised to harvest. Those numbers were the ones that made his hand tighten on the slate, ceramite creaking. The Minotaurs had started this war already lean. They would end it skeletal. In the lower decks, the deaths continued. Bulkhead doors slammed shut in the faces of men who had never seen the sky. Hands battered against metal, nails ripping and breaking, faces pressed so hard to viewing slits that skin tore, teeth snapping as jaws found no purchase on salvation. Auspex had flagged a single infected among them. One man coughing blood in a crowd of 10 times 10,000. On the command level, someone hit the rune. In the hab blocks, warning klaxons did not even have time to wind up before the extinguishers came alive. Promethium poured from ceiling-mounted nozzles, a shining rain of fuel that drenched cowering bodies, soaked rags and mattresses. For a frozen instant, the only sounds were sobs, prayers muttered in crude low Gothic, the ragged breathing of a multitude. Then the ignition glyph tripped. The firestorm that followed was absolute. Flame raced along corridors, every drop of fuel joining hands with the next in a chain of instant combustion. Men became silhouettes against a wall of roaring orange, then outlines of bone, then ash. Voices tried to scream, but the air between lungs and throats was already alight. Flesh split and curled, eyes boiled. Away. Oxygen vanished. Whole blocks went out like candles snuffed by a careless god. In another time, in another age, such a thing might have warranted a lament. In this desolate era of broken empires and howling warp scars, it was logistics. On a cogitator, somewhere high in the ship, the casualty counters ticked over. A single line updated, lower hab tier epsilon, population revised to 0, fuel stores in that sector reduced by a modest percentage, vox minutes saved on no longer having to route prayers and complaints from that block. The death of 1 billion nobodies was measured in promethium expended and processing power freed, nothing more. Cole moved his pieces while the Minotaurs burned theirs. He stood hunched before a plague scrying array as his tallyman whispered tallies in his ears. The central arteries of the Daedalus crater pulsed across the slime-streaked display, highlighted by stolen auspex and demonic instinct. He could see where the Minotaurs had concentrated, their best warriors, where their response times were swiftest, where their armor presence was thickest. He had no interest in those places. "Drive the bulk of our brothers into the central channels," he ordered. "Let them make noise. Let them die loudly. I want the bulls convinced that the heart of our assault is upon their throat and lungs." "And the lower decks?" asked a tallyman, ink steaming on his parchment as fresh lines were inscribed by invisible hands. "Leave them to the pox," Cole said. "Send cultists and lesser beasts to churn the depths. Every guardsman regiment that dies there is one less the Imperium can throw into the grinder elsewhere. But our path is not down, it is up. The arteries that matter lead to the vaults." He tapped a cluster of icons near the schematized representation of the apothecarian. "There," he murmured, almost reverently. "The sacred harvest of their chapter, the seeds of their future. That is where the crawling pustulence will bear its most delicious fruit." Plague Marines obeyed his directive, pushing into wider corridors that could accommodate their swollen bulk and the press of attendant demons. Behind them rolled waves of poxwalkers and slavering plague beasts. They bled attrition, of course. They were hacked apart by Minotaur chainswords, pulped by thunderhammers, immolated in sudden gouts of promethium as the defenders turned yet more of their own decks into crematoria. They laughed as they fell. They dropped vials as they died, shattering on the deck to release fresh clouds of infection. Their role was to be noticed, to demand response. Into the spaces where the Minotaurs were thin, Cole sent other things. He sent squads of Blightlord Terminators along maintenance crawls, their immense weight making the decks shudder as they squeezed through cramped passages never meant for such bulk. He sent shrieking demon flies through ventilation shafts, their compound eyes mapping routes no human had ever seen. He sent a handful of favored mortal cults to die ignobly in air recycling chambers, their blood-painting sigils that twisted the currents. He shaped the pressure in the Daedalus Krater's veins until it pulsed the way he wanted. The Minotaurs responded in the only way they knew. Blade champion Lycon led the relief of an arterial junction where poxwalkers had chewed their way through 3 entire blocks of guardsmen and were now pawing at the blast doors separating them from a crucial elevator spine. He arrived with a wedge of veterans in brazen plate, his cloak stained with congealed blood, his sword a relic that had drunk the lives of more Astartes than some chapters had ever fielded. The elevator doors opened onto a scene of pure atrocity. The corridor beyond was ankle-deep in pink mud that had once been men. The walls were slick with handprints frozen in peeling layers. The poxwalkers turned as one at the hiss of opening seals, their grins stretching, impossibly wide. "Forward," Lycan said. He did not raise his voice. The order did not need volume. His veterans moved as a single armored organism, boots churning the sludge beneath them into something more like soup. They did not spare a glance for the guardsmen who still clung to life along the walls, men who had been partially digested by their own comrades and somehow remained conscious, their legs chewed away to bone, their torsos sprouting new unwanted limbs. One such soldier reached for Lycon's greave, fingers slipping on blood-slick ceramite. "Lord," he croaked, "please, finish it. I can feel it in my spine. I can feel it." Lycon stepped on his hand and kept moving. Bones snapped. The man shrieked, the sound lost under the roar of bolters as the Minotaurs opened fire. In front of the Minotaur line, Skitari cohorts and ragged survivors of the Astra Militarum were already fighting. They were not holding. They were simply slowing the tide. Lycon caught a glimpse of an officer trying to rally his men, waving a bolt pistol that clicked on an empty chamber before a poxwalker took his head off with a single clumsy swipe. The veteran did not even break stride as the head bounced off his shin. "Advance through them," he told his Voxnet. "They are padding. We are the blade." Behind another door, a Contemptor dreadnought waded through poxwalker packs like a god mired in a swamp. Its sarcophagus housing the withered remains of some long-honored hero was ringed with Minotaur iconography. New battle honors were already being etched into its casing by mechadendrites even as it killed. Each swing of its power fist crushed a cluster of poxwalkers, reducing them to paste that slid down its armor in greasy streams. A heavy bolter growled from its arm mount, stitching lines of explosive death through the press. Poxwalkers crawled up its legs, biting and clawing, their teeth shattering against ceramite. The dreadnought ignored them. It had long ago ceased to care about such pinpricks. It had been interred to kill, and kill it did. When the remnants of a guardsman platoon were flung under its feet by the press, it did not hesitate. It stamped down, cracking skulls and chests with equal indifference as it cleared its footing. The men tried to roll away, screaming, but there was nowhere to go. The tide behind them shoved them back under the dreadnought's steps. "Collateral," the sarcophagus voice grated over external speakers. "Expendable." Theron watched all of this through pulsing lines of data. Every time a guardsman's life sign winked out, it was a blip on his slate. Every time a Minotaur's vital feed flatlined, it was a red bar that demanded his attention. His mind flicked through corridors and kill zones, triage reports and gene seed recovery logs. The numbers carved grooves into him. Serfs, gone in floods, and fire, auxilia spent in panicked charges against the undead, tech adepts there, knowledge lost when a poxwalker tore their spinal columns free to use as flails. A handful of Skitari, whose augmetic hearts had held them upright long enough to infect 3 times their number. Then there were the Astartes. He saw their death runs across the slate. The alerts from armor transponders as ceramite sealed, then failed, then sealed again. The calls for evacuation that he had already instructed his orderlies to ignore if they originated from flagged sectors. More and more frequently, the gene seed status notes came back with a single damning rune. Compromised. He snarled a curse under his breath, an ugly old word he had learned as a mortal boy before being remade. It tasted bitter in his mouth. Lord Apothecary, a junior called from a neighboring bank of cogitators. The reverence reading from the lower sanctum chapel cluster is spiking. There are thousands of serfs gathered there. They have sealed the doors themselves, seeking refuge. Auspex indicates 1, perhaps 2, infected among them. Is the infection confirmed? Blood traces on the stone. Thermal signature irregularities. It is early stage, but the younger Astartes hesitated. It is there. Theron swore again. Notify the Reclusiarch, he said. Those are his flocks. Enkomi reached the chapel with fire already in his heart. The doors were great slabs of metal engraved with scenes of the Emperor's triumphs. They boomed under the weight of fists and shoulders from within. Muffled cries seeped through the seams, prayers and pleas tangled into an indistinguishable mass. A cluster of serf overseers stood outside, eyes wild, unsure whether to intercede or run. They snapped to attention as Enkomi approached, his Crozius humming in his gauntleted grip. Report, he said. Lord, when the alarms began, the men fled here, the senior overseer stammered. The chapel is the only place they trust as sanctuary. There are hab blocks burning. The corridors are full of the walking corpses. We could not hold them back. Many were already coughing, bleeding. One collapsed in the doorway. We dragged him inside. We thought. His voice frayed. We thought the Emperor's house would keep him safe. The Emperor does not keep men safe, Enkomi said. He keeps them purposeful. He keyed his vox. Theron, you are certain. Certain enough that if you open those doors, came the apothecary's reply, you will release the plague into that whole cluster of decks. It is in there, Ivanus. It will spread faster than your litanies can contain. You know what must be done. Inside, someone screamed his name. Chaplain! A voice cried, so close to the metal it was almost as if the speaker's mouth was pressed to it. Chaplain, please, let us in. They are in the ducts. We have nowhere else to... He could picture them. Men in stained work clothes, foreheads marked with Minotaur brands, knuckles, scabbed from labor and prayer. They would be crowded shoulder to shoulder, pressed against the doors with their hands raised in supplication. A sea of faces all turned to him, eyes wide with a belief that he had encouraged, fostered, demanded. He looked at the overseer. How many? Enkomi asked. Tens of thousands, Lord, the overseer whispered. Every man from the lower manufactoria blocks, I think. They came as soon as the first walking corpses appeared. They thought you would save them. Enkomi reached out and touched the door with his left gauntlet. It was warm from the press of bodies on the other side. His hand left a smear of war grime on the engraved saint's face. The plague god wants worshippers, he said. He delights in turning the Emperor's flocks into his own herd of shambling toys. Every man in there is a soul he would gladly claim. Every breath they draw now risks earning his amusement. He lowered his hand to the rune panel. Do not do this, Lord, the overseer whispered. Enkomi keyed the command. The chapel's internal suppression system was never meant for this. It had been designed to deal with minor void breaches or stage fires, to keep the sanctum from being consumed by accidental blazes born of too much incense and too little sense. It had not been intended as a slaughter tool. War had little use for intention. The nozzles in the ceiling opened. Holy Prometheum, blessed by Lectitio Divinatus Cant and Minotaur rites alike, poured down in curtains. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then there was shrieking so loud, it threatened to pierce even Astartes' helm filters. The sound battered the metal. Men flailed under burning rain, clothes igniting, skin bubbling. The press by the doors became a frenzy, bodies trampling bodies, fingers clawing at unyielding seals. Encomi listened until the screams dwindled to sobs, then to choked gurgling, then to the quiet crackle of char. Smoke began to seep from the upper vents, carrying with it the stink of cooked meat and hair and burned incense. He did not flinch. "Lock the chapel," he said. "Seal it as unclean. No one enters. Not now, not ever. It will stand as it is, a tomb of denied worshippers. Let the plague god howl at the loss of his new playthings." Later, when the blood was hosed from the corridor outside, and the overseers had been sent to new duties or incinerated for knowing too much, Encomi would stand before a congregation of brazen giants and speak of the incident. He would frame it as a victory. "We denied the god of decay his congregation," he would say, Crozius smashing down for emphasis. "Their souls went to the throne in purity, not twisted into slavering husks. We burned devotion into the air. That is our kindness, brothers. We kill before the enemy can claim." In the here and now, as the echoes of the dying still clung to the metal, he just stood and listened as the last of the fire died. "May their ashes blind the plague god," he murmured. Far away, deep in the diseased heart of a plague hulk, a plague surgeon cradled a rack of vials as tenderly as any mortal might hold a child. Each container held a smear of crawling pustulence, refined beyond the crude strains unleashed in the lower decks. This brew was thicker, its motes moving with a sense of purpose. Little tendrils pressed against the glass, as if eager to be free, to burrow into something warm. The surgeon's armor creaked as he stroked the vials with a pitted finger. "Soon, pretty ones," he crooned through rotted vox. "Soon you will taste something worthy." Around him, other surgeons worked on models of gene vault constructs, grown from black mold and memory. They tested dispersal patterns, demonic wisps simulating the flow of air in the Minotaurs' sanctums. Tallyman muttered the projected numbers, whispering estimates of infection rates and long-term consequences. Once introduced into their sacred harvest, the surgeon murmured, watching his pets throb with anticipation. "You will sit quietly. You will curl up in the hearts of their future sons and sleep. You will not kill quickly. You will wait. You will bloom when it amuses grandfather most." He lifted one vial to the sagging ruin of his face, as if confiding in it. "An entire chapter," he whispered, "not slaughtered, not torn apart on the field, but wasted away, generation by slow, agonizing generation. That is art. That is a plague worthy of the Seventh Company's ledger." The vials writhed harder, as if they understood. Outside, the Daedalus crater groaned as fire and rot gnawed at its innards. Inside, in places unseen by most of the souls who lived and died within its metal skin, doom crept toward the shelves where the Minotaurs kept their future. The counterstroke began in the dark. Asterian Moloch stood upon the armor cradle, while the machine spirits woke around him. Servo rigs clamped. To the ceiling and floor moved with the jerky grace of ancient things, their limbs wrapped in parchment and chains of spent shells. They whispered to one another in Binharik, voices a chorus of ticking teeth and static clicks as they lowered slabs of brass-edged ceramite into place. Terminator plate closed around the chapter master like the skin of some metal beast reknitting. Greaves enveloped his legs, locking with a sound like grinding stone. Cuisses slid into place over his thighs, mass reactives humming as their field generators came alive. The chest unit descended last, a baroque thing carved with the snorting bull sigil and the stylized heads of a legion of executed foes. When it clamped to his torso, the impact thudded through the deck. Inner plugs stabbed into the ports along his spine. His world narrowed to the clank of internal locking bars and the iron taste of recycled air. Then his helm descended, vision flaring with runic overlays. External sound came back, filtered, through Vox, accompanied by the slow, grinding beat of his artificial hearts. "Armor seal integrity confirmed," intoned the attending tech adept, voice thin behind his skull mask. "All systems responsive. Reactor field at sacred tolerances." Moloch flexed his gauntlets. They were enormous, each finger a piston wrapped in ceramite, each knuckle bearing a stamped sigil of office. The Thunderhammer mag locked to his thigh crackled, hunger for violence stored in every molecule of the metal. He rotated his shoulders, feeling the weight of the suit settle around him like a familiar malice. "Target," he said. "Primary Death Guard thrust now confirmed along Vector Sigma," the adept replied. "They press along arterial corridors toward the inner sanctum clusters. Several boarding parties appear to be using maintenance shafts to bypass heavy resistance and close upon the apothecarian sectors." "Their commander thinks like an Astartes," Moloch said. "Good." He stepped down from the cradle, each movement making the deck ring. The chamber's mortal attendants flung themselves flat as he passed, pressing faces against the cold metal. He ignored them. His attention was already ahead, mapping the path along which he would drag death. Outside, in the Strategium, the Daedalus crater's innards were laid bare in cold light. The hololith above the central pit was a ghost of steel and void, a translucent, slowly turning map of the fortress monastery's guts. Corridors glowed, color-coded according to pressure, atmosphere, and combat contact. Green corridors were still under Minotaur control. Amber flickered where fighting was thickest. Red burned where the Death Guard had broken through and infection ran freely. Loci of intense combat pulsed as white flares. Moloch strode into the room with a coterie of captains in his wake. The gathered officers parted wordlessly, drawing aside for the weight of his plate and presence. He stepped to the pits. Edge and one gauntlet hand came up, palm open, as if in benediction. The hololith responded, data streams flooding into his armor systems through linkages unseen. Information washed across his lenses. Company designations, casualty figures, Vox choke points. The projected progress of plague fronts through lower decks superimposed over structural stress maps. He blinked, and the view narrowed, pulled in around the inner sanctum clusters. There, the threat pulsed like a canker. Several corridors leading toward the apothecarian complex were already marked as compromised, their atmospherics fouled by Viridian outbreaks. Icons representing Death Guard squads advanced in slow, steady increments, flanked by swarms of lesser contacts that the cogitators tagged as poxwalkers, plague beasts, and unknown bioforms. Minotaur units snapped back and forth to block them, like immune cells rushing to a wound. Each blink of a lumen across that ghost map equated to lives, a flashing rune that, showed a squad redeploying along a stairwell, meant guardsmen pushed in front of them as disposable screens. A corridor that shifted from amber to red meant not merely loss of ground, but hundreds of thousands of screaming serfs turned into fuel or food. Numbers scrolled up one side of the hologram, updating every heartbeat, each change clinical and obscene. Moloch watched as a white flare bloomed near the apothecarian, then guttered. "Outer sanctum vestibule has fallen," murmured one of the captains, helm lenses tracking the same data. "Death Guard spearhead confirmed. Their numbers, there should not be so many." "There are always more traitors," Moloch said. "They breed like vermin. It is why we exist." A heavy tread echoed through the Strategium. Ivanus and Komi approached, Crozius Arcanos held low, armor still smoking from recent contact with plague fire. His cloak was half burned away, the remaining cloth stiff with dried gore. The horns of his helm made him look like some underworld herald dragged up to walk among men. He came to stand beside Moloch at the pit, lenses reflecting the ghostly light. "They press toward the vaults," he said. "Theron's transmissions have already grown more clipped." "He speaks little even when calm," Moloch replied. "If he is terse, it is because he has work to do. Work that will mean nothing if the vaults themselves are defiled," Enkomi said. The words came out like ground glass. "You know as well as I do what the plague god seeks." Moloch turned his helm a fraction. "Say what crawls in your mind, Reclusiarch," he said. "Abandon the fortress monastery," Enkomi answered. "Scuttle it, translate its bulk into the warp, and let it burn like an offering. Evacuate what you can, seed the gene vaults into fast cruisers, break the chapter into splinters and flee. Better scattered bulls than a herd that rots in one place." Murmurs rippled among the captains, quickly smothered. Moloch's helm was very still. "You would have us throw away our heart," he said. "I would have us deny the plague god his prize," Enkomi snapped. "You preach duty, I live it. Duty does not mean clutching at a relic until your fingers fall off. The Daedalus Crater is a tool, not a saint. The chapter is men and gene seed and creed. We can carve new stone. We can hollow new ship frames. We cannot resurrect a line once it has been turned into pus." Moloch's gauntlet hand tightened on the lip of the pit. Ceramite creaked. Hollow light crawled over the edges of his brass knuckles, turning them ghost pale for a moment. "This fortress monastery is more than stone and metal," he said. "It is the crucible in which our purpose has been forged for centuries. Its halls are filled with the bones of those we have broken in the High Lord's name. Its guns have silenced worlds. Its vaults hold not only the seed of our future, but the relics of our past. To throw it away is to amputate our own spine." Enkomi's helm dipped, the motion somehow both respectful and furious. "I am not blind to its weight," he said, "but I am less blinded by pride. We have seen chapters turned into plague relics before, their keeps and banners used as temples for filth. If the crawling pestilence makes a home here, the Daedalus Crater will not be ours. It will be a shrine to the plague god, drifting across the void forever, a warning to all loyal sons of what happens to tools when they are allowed to rust." "We have not reached that point," Moloch said. "We will not reach that point. As long as I stand upon this deck, this fortress monastery will not be abandoned, and its vaults will not be surrendered. I will not die as the master who scuttled his own chapter. I will die as the master who broke the enemy upon the threshold of our heart." Enkomi was silent for a heartbeat. Then he inclined his head, less in agreement than in acceptance. "Then I will bleed with you until we see which of us is correct," he said. "Just understand what your choice may cost." He turned to leave. "Reclusiarch," Moloch said. Enkomi stopped. "If it comes to it," Moloch growled, "if there is no other path but the one you urge, you will not have to argue with me. You will execute the order yourself. You will light the pyre." Enkomi's laughter crackled over the vox, low and grim. "Gladly," he said, "but not yet." He strode out, heading for the bastions where Death Guard banners had begun to sprout like mold. Behind him, Moloch raised his hammer and pointed at the hololith's wounded arteries. "We strike here," he said. "Sigma spine corridor, Gamma gun deck. We drive straight into the throat of their spearhead and snap it. First and third companies with me. The rest will hold the flanks and seal the vents. No Death Guard reaches the apothecarian while I draw breath." The corridor they called the gun spine had no business existing in something as massive as the Daedalus Crater. It was too straight, too long, a line bored clean through the fortress monastery's entrails. It stretched for the length of a city, every meter of its walls lined with gun ports, ammunition hatches, and power conduits. It was designed to allow massed fire to be brought to bear on whatever void-born horror dared cross the ship's path. Now its outer ports were sealed. Its inner space had become a killing field. Minotaur devastators crouched behind low plascrete bulwarks, their backs to banks of ammunition hoppers that fed their heavy weapons with unceasing hunger. Lascannons braced against shoulder mounts, spat lances that turned air into shimmering heat lines. Heavy bolters roared, their muzzles vomiting solid streams of tracer that stitched through the thick, corrupted smoke. Missile launchers thumped, sending crack payloads hammering downrange in arcs that ended in blooms of fire. Shell casings rained down, clattering against the deck. Brass piled up in drifts, ankle-deep, then knee-deep. Each step the devastators took to adjust position sent waves of casing rolling away in clinking cascades. The air was a solid sheet of sound. The hammer slam of weapons fire, the high-pitched scream of ricochets, the subsonic crack of atmospheric shockwaves. Down the length of the corridor, the Death Guard advanced. They moved at walking pace, a trudging, unstoppable press of swollen forms. Bolt shells whickered into them, detonating, tearing away limbs and chunks of torso. Crack missiles slammed into their ranks, blowing holes in the press, sending bodies careening into the walls. For any mortal force, for any sane army, the fusillade would have been annihilation. The Plague God's sons did not acknowledge sanity. Plague Marines staggered as limbs went missing, then found new balance, continuing to walk on bone splinters and exposed tendons. Some fell, flattening under the press, but their brothers simply walked over them, metal boots grinding their bodies into paste that squelched, then hardened into an uneven floor. When a heavy bolter burst, blew a Marine's abdomen out entirely, ropes of intestine lashed around the legs of those nearest, knotting, reknitting, reattaching. They laughed as they came, mouths open, tongues swollen and black. Behind the front ranks, Blightlord Terminators loomed like diseased statues, their scythes raised high. Every now and then one would level a plague spewer and disgorge a gout of liquefied corruption that rolled forward in a low wave. The floor smoked where it passed. Where it hit the walls, paint ran, sigils sagged, machine spirits howled. Moloch stood at the center of the Minotaur line, Thunderhammer planted before him, Stormbolter on his other gauntlet, coughing disciplined bursts. His Terminator plate was already scarred, bunched in places where impacts had struck and been turned aside. Plague Ichor streaked his greaves, stinking even, through his filters. Target priority remains the heavy armor, he voxed to the line. Any Terminator you can cripple is a dozen mortals spared infection. Spared to die another way, one of his devastators chuckled, voice dry. Exactly, Moloch said. Maintain rate of fire. We trade shells for their rot until one runs out. The casings piled higher. At one point, a Death Guard squad managed to push close enough that their bolters scored the bulwarks. A Devastator took 2 shells square in the chest, armor letting out a hideous shriek as plates buckled. He was thrown back, landing on his spine in the brass drift. Before he could rise, poxwalkers swarmed over the bodies of their betters, scrabbling toward the breach with their claws. A Minotaur siege specialist stepped forward, grabbed the downed Devastator by the back of his harness, and hurled him bodily back into cover. Bolt shells hammered into his shoulder plates as he did so, staggering him. He ignored them, swinging his siege shield into place as the poxwalker tide hit. They broke on him like surf on a rock. He stamped heads into paste, his ceramite boots crunching through skulls as if they were rotten fruit. One poxwalker, jaw hanging by a strip of flesh, managed to get its teeth into his pauldron strap. He reached up, seized its skull in both hands, and tore it free with a twisting jerk, leaving the jaw behind. Forward, Moloch called, not because the Death Guard were retreating, but because the Minotaurs could not afford to let the corpses stack too high. In a corridor like this, a ramp of bodies could become a bridge past their fields of fire. While brass and bone drowned one artery, others ruptured elsewhere. In a service corridor a few decks down, a knot of surviving guardsmen had been herded into a dead end by a roving Death Guard pack. They had dropped their guns in ragged piles, hands up, faces grey with terror. There were not many left. A few dozen where once there had been a full company. The Plague Champion leading the Death Guard squad considered them for a moment. His helm lenses went from man to man, lingering on each like a butcher eyeing cuts of meat. "These ones," he cackled over his squad vox, "still think they are men." He gestured. Plague surgeons shambled forward, their tools twitching. They began to work. They did not bother with finesse. Syringes big enough to impale limbs punched into necks and torsos. Vials of concentrated crawling pustulence were emptied into veins, the glass shattering where the needles met bone. The guardsmen convulsed, backs arching until vertebrae cracked. Mouths snapped open and closed, words dissolving into animal screams. They did not transform slowly. Skin bubbled like boiling wax, limbs twisted, bones tearing through flesh, fingers sprouting extra joints, teeth elongated, forcing their way through cheeks. One man's chest simply caved in, his ribcage turning to sludge, his heart squeezing itself out through the gap in a spray of black blood that turned to a cloud of spores midway through its arc. Within breaths, the end of the corridor was a pit of writhing, dissolving meat. The Minotaurs, who had been moving to relieve that position, arrived just in time to see the Death Guard wade through it. The Plague Marines laughed, delight clear even through muffled vox, as their boots disappeared shin-deep in liquefying men. Arms reached up out of the slurry, fingers no longer entirely human, clutching at greaves, only to be stepped on and ground under. "So much softer than Astartes," one of the traitors gurgled. "They come apart like porridge." The Minotaur spearhead commander, watching from the far end of the corridor, did not waste ammunition on that sight. He keyed his flamers instead. "Burn the entire junction," he ordered. "Everything in it dies. We will not step 1 foot into that." Promethium gouted, fire chased rot, and the corridor became a furnace. The Death Guard stood in it a moment longer than should have been possible, armor turning cherry red, pustules boiling, before they finally withdrew, laughing still. Behind them, the slurry of what had been men and plague broth cooked into a black, brittle crust that cracked as it cooled. In a cargo vault that stank of propellant and oil, a demon engine scrabbled and shrieked. The myphitic blight hauler had forced its way through a partially sealed bulkhead, its rusted tracks grinding over munitions crates and spilt powder. Its 3 diseased muzzles pivoted, sniffing for targets, demon within engine straining at its bonds for the joy of new kills. Its rusted plow chewed through pallets, sending shells rolling. The Contemptor dreadnought that faced it had once had a name. Now it had a designation and a task. Its sarcophagus pulsed with faint amber light, the heart within beating solely to the rhythm of combat stim feeds. Its frame was brass-edged, its fists large, enough to crush a man and his sins in a single blow. They met in the middle of the vault. The blight hauler fired as it came, 3 barrels belching gouts of foul gas and spiked shells. One shell slammed into the dreadnought's torso, chewing chunks out of its ceramite. Another hit its left arm, shearing away plating, exposing cables that writhed like snapped tendons. A stream of toxic filth splashed across its chest, sizzling, eating into purity seals, streaking the Minotaur icon black. The Contemptor walked through it all. It swung its fist, catching the demon engine across its snouted front. Corroded armor crumpled, teeth snapping. The blight hauler skidded sideways, tracks biting deep into the deck. It howled, a sound like metal scraping bone, and lunged back, plow catching the dreadnought's knee. Pistons screamed, joints buckled. The Contemptor staggered, one leg half torn from its housing. They grappled like obscene wrestling gods amid crates of shells and racks of missiles. Each impact sent munitions tumbling, Some detonated. Shrapnel screamed through the vault. A pallet of shells went up in a secondary explosion that hurled both combatants apart, slamming them into opposite walls hard enough to dent adamantine. Acid dripped from ruptured tanks on the Blight Hauler's frame, eating channels into the floor. Some of it splashed onto the Dreadnought's sarcophagus, where it hissed, boring tiny holes into the runic filigree. Warning runes flared inside, but the occupant no longer registered such things as pain or risk. There was only the target. The Contemptor dragged itself forward, dragging its damaged leg like dead weight. It did not bother trying to stabilize itself. It hurled itself bodily onto the demon engine, fists rising and falling in piston strokes. Each blow deformed something vital. Bone and metal alike gave way under its fury. The Blight Hauler thrashed, demon ichor spraying, exhaust stacks belching clouds of flies. Finally, with a strike that drove its fist straight through the demon engine's back and into the deck beneath, the Contemptor pinned it. It leaned its massive weight down, crushing, grinding, using its own bulk as a hammer. The demon within howled, then went silent, its essence dragged screaming back to a garden far from stars. Black smoke gouted from the ruined engine. The Contemptor stayed atop it for a long moment, vents chugging, systems shrieking in protest as plague acid ate deeper into its housing. Threat neutralized, it grated over external vox. Fall back, came a captain's order. The vault's integrity is gone. We will vent this entire section. Your loss is acceptable. The Dreadnought turned its head slightly, as if scenting something in the burning air. Then it began to drag itself toward the nearest bulkhead seal. It did not hurry. It no longer possessed the capacity to fear dying in a fire. They met at last in a junction where filth ran like rivers. Moloch stepped across a channel of liquid corruption that oozed along the center of the corridor, his Terminator boots sending ripples through it. The stuff stank even through triple filters, a heady blend of offal, sweet rot, and industrial lubricant. On the far side, Sepsis Lord Gorvas Cole waited. Up close, the Death Guard commander was a towering mass of entropy. His Terminator plate bulged at the seams, swollen by centuries of gestation. Fungi sprouted from cracks, some of them blooming as Moloch watched, petals slick and glistening. 3 great bells hung from chains on his shoulders, tolling softly with every movement. The scythe he carried dripped, its blade furred with clotted matter. They regarded one another through the lenses of their helms, champions of opposing faiths, each the distilled essence of the cruelty that had shaped them. "So," Cole gargled, voice like phlegm dragged along gravel. "The bull himself deigns to walk these lowly halls. I had hoped you would. Cling to your strategium. Many masters prefer their wars at a safe remove." Moloch raised his hammer. "A general who hides behind screens is not a general," he said. "He is a clerk. I am no clerk. And yet you tally lives with more coldness than any accountant," Cole chuckled. "I have seen what you did to your own cattle below. Very efficient. Grandfather appreciates efficiency, you know. It makes the wastage so much more meaningful." "You speak of meaning," Moloch growled. "You, who fight for a god that turns men into puddles and calls it joy." "Oh, I do not fight for him," Cole said. "I fight because I enjoy watching the Imperium's brittle certainties melt away. The plague god simply gives me tools, like your gene seed, for instance. Do you know how many centuries of observation and preparation have gone into this moment? Little bull." Moloch advanced. Hammers and scythes met in the corridor's half-light. Cole was slow, but inexorable. His scythe swept arcs of corrupted power, the air around its path shimmering with invisible spores. Every parry sent shocks through Moloch's arms, mass meeting mass. When the blade kissed his pauldron, corrosion bloomed along the edge, metal blackening. Warning glyphs flickered in his helm. Moloch was not slow. His thunder hammer rose and fell with brutal precision. He did not waste motion. He did not faint. When he swung, it was to break. Once, Cole misjudged the distance by a fraction, and the hammer caught his chest. The impact threw the Sepsis Lord back a full pace, his armor caving inward. Something inside his torso ruptured. Noxious vapor burst from vents in his gorget, filled with wriggling things that died hissing as they hit Malok's plating. "Good," Cole laughed, wheezing. "You strike like a proper monster. No delicate cuts, no duelists preening, all meat and bone." "You are not meat," Malok said. "You are rot." He drove forward again, hammer, smashing aside the scythe, head arcing toward Cole's helm. The Death Guard commander twisted, the blow glancing along his horn instead, sending chips of diseased brass flying. In return, Cole slammed his bulk into Malok's chest, pressing in close, the two of them grinding together like colliding tanks. "Tell me," Cole murmured over direct vox, voice a wet whisper inside Malok's helmet audio. "When your sons begin to cough up their organs years from now, when their skin splits in the same patterns as my little gifts have traced into your vault stock, will you still cling so tightly to that fortress? Or will you finally see that you and I are brothers, rotting from different wounds?" Malok snarled. His hammer could not swing freely in such close embrace. So he head-butted the Death Guard instead. Brass horns slammed into pitted helm. Cole reeled, bells clanging. Malok used the opening to wrench free and bring the hammer up in a rising arc that caught the Sepsis Lord under. The arm. Bone crunched. Joints snapped. For a heartbeat, the Death Guard commander's left arm dangled, connected by ragged threads. Then new threads grew. Tendons extruded, wet and white, knitting themselves through shattered bone. Tumors blossomed around the wound, swelling into a fleshy collar that supported the limb. Cole flexed his fingers experimentally. The arm moved, a little slower than before, but functional. "You are trying to outlast a plague," he said, amused. "You cannot. You can only hope it burns itself out after it has eaten everything." He stepped back, scythe raised in a defensive stance that was more mockery than caution. Behind him, the corridor roiled. Poxwalkers, plague ogres, and lesser demons poured in, forming a living barricade between Cole and the Minotaur line. They surged into the gap like carrion birds flocking to a fresh carcass. Their bodies were already dying, already infected, already worthless. That was why they had been made. Sacrificial waves, grown to be spent. Malok lifted his hammer to strike again, only to find its head buried in snarling, clawing flesh as the horde interposed themselves. He smashed them aside, sending bodies flying, but for every one he pulped, 3 more threw themselves into the path. Cole laughed. "By all means kill them," he said. "Every blow you waste on these toys is a little more taint settling into the cracks of your walls." He began to withdraw, stepping backward along a side corridor already thick with plague smoke. As he went, he dragged his scythe tip along the floor, leaving behind a glowing trail of viridian that smoldered before bursting into tiny crawling things. Corrupted air recyclers mounted in the ceiling shook and spat, their housings cracking open to reveal sacks of spores packed inside by earlier teams. Plague bombs, disguised as maintenance units, ticked softly in their nests. "Follow if you dare," Cole called, as the fog thickened around him. "Every step you take brings you closer to seeing just how hollow your victories truly are." He disappeared into the murk, retreating not in panic, but in careful, measured steps. Elsewhere, Enkomi told victory his own way. He led the assault on a Death Guard bastion that had rooted itself in a cluster of cargo stacks and shrine alcoves. The Plague Marines had daubed their sigils over Minotaur iconography, hung chains of bones from the ceiling, turned altars into dissecting tables. Poxwalkers shuffled in front of their masters like obscene living sandbags. Enkomi arrived with assault marines and breacher squads, his vox amplified litanies drowning out the toll of Nurgle bells. He hurled himself into the press with such abandon that even his own warriors hesitated a moment. He did not simply kill. He unmade. His crozier smashed through helm after helm, turning skulls into showers of fragments. One blow caught a plague champion full in the face. The weapon's power field flared, and the head did not merely cave in, it vaporized. For an instant, there was a halo of red mist and bone dust where a snarling visage had been. Then that too was gone, burned to nothing by the crackling halo. No rot can cling to a skull that has been reduced to vapor, Enkomi bellowed, standing amid the ruin, gore streaming down his armor. Remember that, brothers. Do not maim, do not wound, erase, deny the plague god his toys. He tore forward, trampling twitching remnants underfoot, chanting as he went. Behind him, Minotaurs followed, some of them glancing sidelong at their reclusiarch, with the faintest flicker of unease crawling under their skin. Not because of what he did to the enemy, but because of how wholly he seemed to relish it. By the time the bastion fell, its walls were painted in layered strata of gore. No prisoner remained. Anything that might have twitched later had been reduced to paste or ash. For a brief span of shipboard time, it seemed as though the Minotaurs had done the impossible. The Sepsis cohort's main body had been driven back from several arteries. The gun spine, though clogged with casings and corpses, remained in loyal hands. Key junctions had been retaken by Terminator shock teams. Auspex overlays showed the Death Guard presence split, their icons separated into two smeared clusters along different axes of the Daedalus Krater's structure. "We have cut them," reported one captain, helm lenses flickering with data. "Their spearhead is in retreat. The pressure on the lower decks is decreasing. If we press now, we can drive them from the ship entirely." Moloch stood once more in the strategium, armor still stinking, carapace dented and scored. He watched as the white flares marking Death Guard concentrations flickered and faded. "Continue the advance," he said. "Do not relent. Their large formations must be destroyed before they can regroup. I want their dead stacked in our airlocks, ready to be vented into the void as a message." As the captains acknowledged and moved to relay orders, another icon pulsed. This one was different. It was a small, insistent spark near the apothecarian sector, buried among structural lines. It had not been there a few moments before. "Lord Apothecary transmitting," a serf announced. "His signal carries priority." "Put him through," Moloch said. Theron's voice came over the command channel, stripped of all warmth. "I am reading a new incursion," he said. "Small unit signatures. Terminator mass. Multiple life signs wrapped in warp shadow. They are in the service shafts beneath the secondary gene vault cluster. I do not know how they bypassed our cordons, but they are there." Moloch's helm lenses narrowed. "Their main force falls back, but their knife drives deeper," he growled. "Yes," Theron replied. "What you broke in half was a distraction. The hand that holds the scalpel is moving now." On the hololith, the little icons crept closer to the glowing representation of the vaults. The illusion of victory around them, the cut Sepsis cohort, the reclaimed corridors, suddenly looked very thin. In the arteries of the beast, the Minotaurs had struck back in brazen fury. In the secret veins no one had realized existed, the plague was still flowing toward the heart. The Apothecarian was a cathedral of flesh. Vaulted ceilings arched overhead, ribbed with gilded struts and wrapped in scrolls of parchment that fluttered in the recycled air. Each scroll carried a litany, a gene creed, a fragment of sacred recipe detailing the 80-something rites by which a mortal boy might be broken and rebuilt into a Minotaur. Brass censers swung from chains, bleeding slow coils of antiseptic incense that still could not quite banish the copper tang of blood and formalin. Ranks of stasis caskets filled the long halls. They rose in columns from deck to ceiling, tier upon tier like reliquaries in some overgrown ossuary. Behind each pane of frost-filmed crystal floated pale organic shapes, suspended in chemgel, lit from below by a cold blue glow. Progenoid organs, each one the distilled echo of an Astarte's life. Each one a promise that something of him would go on killing long after his corpse had been burned. Theron walked between those silent rows, boots ringing on the polished deck. The sound was muffled by the thickness of the air, heavy with the hum of machinery. Beside him, an apothecary squad followed, their armor marked with the white drops of their charge. Servo skulls drifted overhead, optics whirring, Auspec's tongues tasting for the slightest impurity. "This is the chapter," Theron said at last, voice low over the private vox band. "Not the Daedalus crater, not the sigil on our shoulders. This." He gestured with a gauntleted hand, indicating the endless ranks of caskets. "Every campaign we have waged, every world we have broken, every corpse we have harvested has fed these banks. The men who die on the decks above us, in the void, on 1,000 nameless battlefields, matter to the Imperium only insofar as they can be rendered down into more of what sleeps here." One of the younger apothecaries glanced up at the towering stacks. "How many generations?" he asked. His voice carried a note of unguarded awe that Theron might have chastised in other circumstances. "Enough to rebuild the chapter several times over," Theron said. "On parchment, in theory. In truth, half are already earmarked to make good projected losses on long-standing campaigns. Another fraction are unsuitable. The rest are our margin, our hope that we might bleed as we are meant to bleed and still exist at the end of this age of madness." He paused before one casket. The thing within was unremarkable to the untrained eye, just another pale lump of carefully modified tissue. To Theron, it was a life not yet lived. "That cluster belonged to a brother named Cassandros," he said. "He died breaking the skull of a traitor captain on a world whose name I no longer remember. His body was burned. His deeds were logged. His gene seed remained. Somewhere, if the Emperor wills, a boy will receive that organ and grow into a man who will kill in the same brutal, unimaginative way. That is continuity. That is what these halls guard." He placed his palm against the crystal. Frost formed under his touch, tracing the shape of his fingers. "If we lose this," he said, "we do not simply lose what we are. We lose what we might yet be." The words had barely left his lips when the alarms began to sing. They were not the wailing klaxons of shipwide alert. Those had been screaming for a long time already, background noise woven into the bones of the Daedalus crater. These were sharper, higher-pitched, keyed to a more intimate terror. Intrusion runes flared red along the walls. Auspec's sigils pulsed on the floating displays that marked each vault cluster's integrity. "Breach," murmured one of the apothecaries, helm lenses narrowing as data flooded his view. "Outer service ring, sector delta. Atmospheric disturbance. Mass ingress. I read Astarte's biosignatures. Warp shadow. This is them." Theron turned toward the heavy doors that sealed the apothecarian's outer vestibule from the rest of the ship. They were already shuddering, their locking bars rattling in their mountings as something vast and diseased hammered at them from the far side. "Form lines," he said calmly. "Sanctum pattern. Prepare to engage." Where most chapters might have seen this place as untouchable, the Minotaurs had always planned for the day it would come under direct attack. Firing slits irised open in the walls. Ceramite shutters slid aside to reveal weapon racks. Apothecaries and their attendants moved with practiced speed, seizing bolt guns and chain blades, leaving their more delicate tools hanging in mid-air. Servitors clanked forward from recessed alcoves, their bodies a patchwork of grafted flesh and metal. Some bore heavy weapons on their backs, sensor clusters whirring as they tracked the unseen threat beyond the door. Others carried medical rigs, their needles and scalpels now lit with warning runes instead of diagnostic green. For a moment, there was silence save for the thrum of the vault machinery. Then the doors bulged, metal warped inward as if struck by a giant fist. Rivets blew free, whipping across the vestibule like shrapnel, embedding themselves in walls and flesh alike. One apothecary took a bolt full in the chest, staggered, then barked a laugh as it failed to penetrate his plate. His laughter cut off when a second impact threw him sideways. The doors imploded. They did not simply tear or bend. They folded inwards in a blossom of wreckage, their immense weight crumpling like soft tin under the force of the impact. Behind them came a howling wall of green fog and bodies. The servitors died first. Those plugged into the door's monitoring systems had had their cranial ports turned into infection vectors minutes earlier. Plague pulses had run down their umbilicals, swelling their meat where it met metal. As the doors went, their bodies burst. They popped like ticks crushed between finger and thumb. Limbs launched into the air on jets of pressurized pus. Rib cages detonated outward, spraying bone and shrapnel in a vicious radius. Heads became grenades, skulls fragmenting into jagged shards, propelled by gouts of gas that stank of charnel pits. The first Blightlord Terminators came through that hail, as if walking through warm rain. They were hulking silhouettes in the vestibule's smoke, armor swollen and encrusted, every surface layered with corrosion and fungal blooms. Their scythes scraped furrows in the deck. Bell chains clanged from their pauldrons, tolling a nauseous counterpoint to the apothecarians' shrilling alarms. Behind them, waddled plague surgeons, their manipulators already flexing in anticipation, and bulbous figures whose tanks and nozzles marked them as foul blight spawn. Clouds of reeking vapor bled from their vents, thickening the already poisonous fog. "Cleanse!" Theron snapped, snapping his bolt gun up and opening fire. The vestibule exploded into close-range slaughter. Bolts shrieked, slamming into diseased ceramite, setting off gouts of ichor and shredded meat. Scythes swept, their blades trailing arcs of clinging filth that left charred streaks across Minotaur armor where they passed too close. Chainswords howled as apothecaries threw themselves into the press. Tools turned to weapons, surgical expertise turned to murder. For a few desperate moments, it held. Then the Death Guard began their work in earnest. Plague surgeons pushed past their Blightlord shields, heedless of fire that tore chunks from their own corroded plate. They tracked by Auspec's pings and demonic intuition, moving, not toward the defenders, but toward the soft blue radiance of the nearest stasis stacks. One of them reached a casket column and let out a sound that might have been a moan of delight. "So many," he burbled, drool and pus dripping from the vox grill of his helm. "So very many." He plunged the tips of his manipulators into the control panel. Metal screamed as the interface was ripped aside, exposing banks of fiber tracer cables and runic wards etched into the housing. He ignored the sparks that crawled over his armored fingers. With his other hand, he unclipped a vial from the rack on his chest. It writhed as if alive. The crawling pustulence inside the crystal was not a liquid so much as a mass of furiously coiling filaments, each one a strand of alchemical spite. As the surgeon held it, the thing inside surged toward his fingers, pressing against the glass, eager to escape. "Patience," he cooed. "You will have your feast." He stabbed the vial into a port on the stasis line and depressed the plunger. The glass shattered, the container not designed to survive such abuse. The pustulence did not care. It surged into the exposed workings, riding the pressure differentials, seeking the cold, helpless organs floating in their gel baths. Like a predator thrown into a flock, it fanned out, tunneling through preservation fluids, coiling around the pale lumps of tissue. Inside the caskets, progenoids twitched. For an instant, Theron did not understand what he was seeing. His lenses, skewed by the smoke and running with warning glyphs, caught motion where there should have been none. The organs pulsed, their surfaces rippling as faint tendrils teased the edges of their gene matrices. "Stop them!" he roared, voice cracking through the vox. Apothecaries broke from the melee. hurling themselves toward the surgeon. One tackled the rotting giant bodily away from the rack, driving him into a stack of empty caskets. A second seized the control panel, fingers stabbing for emergency purge runes. A Blightlord scythe took him across the back. Power field shrieked, cutting through ceramite and spine. He fell in halves, his upper body still reaching toward the controls as his lower half toppled the other way, guts spilling out in a steaming fan. The foul Blightspawn added their own signature. One lifted his corrupted sprayer and squeezed the trigger. A frothing jet of alchemical filth blasted across a row of stasis pods. The containment fields flared, then buckled. Glass imploded inward. Chemgel boiled. Progenoids tumbled free, their surfaces already crawling. They hit the deck with wet smacks, rolled, left trails of luminous slime as they went. An apothecary went to his knees, scooping them up with bare hands, heedless of what was now squirming across them. His gauntlets steamed. Flesh beneath his armor prickled and swelled. "Back!" Theron snarled, grabbing his brother by the harness and dragging him away. "Do not touch them. They are lost." "They are ours," the apothecary gasped, voice breaking. "We bled for these. We died for these. We will die for them again if we do not let them go," Theron snapped. The fighting devolved into a savage knot around the heart of the vault. Chain blades tore through robes and straps. Bone saws meant for delicate autopsy work bit deep into plague marine joints, sparks and gore fountaining. Apothecaries used their narthecium gauntlets as punching weapons, syringes snapping off in diseased flesh, pumping coagulant and poison where once they had delivered painkillers and stability serum. The Death Guard answered in their own fashions. One surgeon tore an apothecary apart with his manipulators, ripping ribs wide as if opening a door, then stuffing handfuls of crawling pustulence into the ragged cavity. The Minotaur spasmed, eyes bulging, as his organs bloomed with corruption from the inside out. Cole himself strode into the sanctum, bells, tolling, scythe hewing aside a hapless servitor that got in his way. He took in the sight of the apothecarian with a long, slow inhalation. "Ah," he sighed. "Now this is a reliquary worth defiling." His gaze swept the stasis stacks, the caskets cracked and weeping polluted Gilles, the progenoids squirming on the floor like grubs after a storm. He laughed, a noise like slurry rattling in a metal drum. "Your priests of the flesh have done well," he said to Theron, who stood over a fallen brother with his bolt gun still smoking. "Such careful curation, such attention to detail, it will make the contrast that much sweeter when we unmake their work." Theron lifted his bolter and fired. The rounds struck Cole square in the chest and shoulder, blowing off hunks of armor and rotten matter. The Sepsis Lord staggered a half pace, then steadied. The wounds welled with worms. "You understand nothing of what you are wrecking," Theron said. "You are vandalizing a masterpiece you cannot even see clearly." "On the contrary," Cole replied, "I see it better than you do. Look how your organs twitch under Grandfather's touch. We have shaped this strain for you, Bull Apothecary. We have watched your chapter since it crawled out of the warp fog of imperial favor. We have measured your gene quirks, sampled your dead on 100 battlefields. We know how your bodies mend, how your minds crack, how your glands throb when battle calls. This plague nestles into those quirks like a lover. It curls around your strengths and turns them, ever so gently, into weaknesses." He stepped closer, boots crunching on broken glass and organs. "Even if you drive us out," he went on, voice almost conversational over the background screams. "Even if you cleanse these halls with fire and prayer and chemical wash, the work is done. The seeds you have already taken into your stock, the organs already implanted into your neophytes, the reflexes written into your own marrow by centuries of shared blood. All will be little ticking time bombs, Bull. Little wrapped gifts of decay, waiting for the right moment to unwrap." Theron's reply was a wordless snarl. He lunged, chain blade teeth chewing, as he drove the weapon at the joint of Cole's helm and gorged it. The Sepsis Lord caught the blade on the shaft of his scythe. Sparks flew, power fields screamed. For a moment, they strained against one another, two visions of future locked in the present's gore. "You are a craftsman," Cole said. "I respect that. I also respect knowing when a piece is complete." He kicked out, his boot slamming into Theron's chest. The Minotaur apothecary flew back, slammed into the casing of a stasis column hard enough to spiderweb the crystal. Across the hall, one of Theron's senior subordinates saw what was happening in sectors of the vault that no longer had defenders. Stasis banks cracked like eggs as crawling pustulence ran through their systems. Plague surgeons had fanned out, each one opening panels, jamming vials into place, pumping filth into lines. Foul blight spawn sprayed arcs of dissolving gas across relays and wards, breaking the safeguards that should have contained such corruption. It was like watching fire race along walls hung with dry parchment. Once started, it would not stop until it had eaten everything.
Be sure to subscribe. You know you want to. If you don't, you'll be sent into the void and nobody will find you for the rest of your life. So go, be sure to subscribe. Remember, subscribe.
"Lord," the apothecary shouted over the vox. "Secondary vaults are compromised. If the strain spreads, it will reach the tertiary stacks too. We cannot contain it." Theron dragged himself to his knees, vision doubling, ribs groaning under his plate. His mind did what it always did when faced with horror. It measured, it counted, it calculated. There was a solution. It tasted like ashes. "Set thermal charges," he said. His voice rang across every apothecarian band. "Secondary vault clusters, all of them. Pre-rigged ordnance only. No time for new placements. On my mark, you trigger and run. Any organ you cannot certify as untouched now is a liability. We lose them here, on our own terms, or we risk losing the entire harvest to the enemy." There was a heartbeat of shocked silence. "Lord," one apothecary stammered, "that is tens of thousands of progenoids, centuries of—" "I can count," Theron snapped. "I can also see that they are already dead. We simply have not admitted it. Do as I command. The chapter's future depends upon how many lies we refuse to tell ourselves in this moment." Charges thumped as they were armed. The vault's quiet hum gained a new, discordant undertone, the rising whine of primed anti-ship ordnance. Red runes flared along the walls, warning of imminent detonation. Cole turned his helm, tracking the shift in atmosphere. "Ah," he chuckled. "You see, you truly do care for your charges. You would rather burn them all than let me have them. Grandfather will be disappointed. He so loves reclaimed things." "You will be ash with them if you stay," Theron said. "Nothing so mundane," Cole replied. He swung his scythe again, aiming not for Theron this time, but for the deck between them. The blade bit deep, slicing through plasteel into the guts of the apothecarian structure. Filth leaked from the cut, seeping into cables, turning them into writhing roots. Then a different thunder rolled through the chamber. Bulkheads on the far side of the sanctum blew inward, this time from the outside. Storm shields punched through the smoke, their brazen faces blackened and scored. Behind them came Terminators in Minotaur livery, brass and bone, and the grinding song of power weapons alive with murderous intent. Moloch charged at their head. He hit the Death Guard like a meteor. His hammer swung in two-handed arcs, each blow a textbook of violence. One Blight Lord tried to intercept, scythe raised, bells tolling. The hammer met the scythe, shattered it, and kept going, caving. In helm and chest in a single impact, the traitor's armor imploded, disgorging a slurry of rot that painted the floor. "Out!" Moloch snarled to his own men as he drove forward. "Clear them from these halls. Every traitor in this place dies." Terminators fanned out, storm bolters blazing. Bolts slammed into surgeons and blight spawn. blowing them apart in chunks. Chain fists tore through diseased plate, spilling organs that had no right to function. Some of those organs tried to crawl away. Cole turned from Theron to meet the new threat. "Twice in one day," he wheezed, laughter thick. "Truly, I am blessed." Moloch did not answer. He did not trade words with vermin. He simply swung. The hammer struck Cole square in the chest. The impact folded the Sepsis Lord's upper torso backward, sickening cracks ringing under the thunderclap. Half of his corroded breastplate vanished in a spray of shattered ceramite and liquefied tissue. Bells sheared off their chains, flying away. Cole flew, slammed into a stasis column, shattered it. Gel and progenoids cascaded over him, slicking his ruptured armor. Theron felt the thermal charges in the secondary vaults tick down toward their ordained end. Now, he voxed. Deep underfoot, detonations rippled. There was no fireball, no dramatic blossoming of light. The charges had been carefully placed to concentrate their force inward. Vault clusters imploded, then atomized. Their contents turned to particulate that the purification systems would later scrub from the air and wash down into waste reclamation pits. Tens of thousands of progenoids, the future of centuries, vanished in a series of sudden, ugly voids. Alarms howled. Structural stress warnings blared. For a moment, the apothecarian flickered, trembling like a living thing that had just felt a limb severed. Cole groaned, dragging himself up on his scythe. "You do my work for me," he gurgled. "Burning your own stock. Lovely, efficient, but not enough." Near one of the remaining primary stacks, a plague surgeon lay in pieces, his lower half gone, his upper torso a mass of crushed metal and meat where a Terminator's storm shield had struck. One arm remained attached, manipulators twitching. In its cracked gauntlet, it still clutched a vial. The crawling pustulence inside that last intact container beat against its prison like a fist. Theron saw the surgeon's fingers move. "No," he hissed, starting toward him. The arm spasmed, as if animated by a will no longer bound to the dying host. It jerked, stabbing the vial's jagged end into an exposed master conduit that fed half the remaining caskets. The vial shattered. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a pulse ran along the line. Not visible, not even audible, but felt in the teeth. The glow of the stasis stacks flickered, dimmed, then burned brighter, blue shading towards sickly green before snapping back. It was not just contagion. It was a ritual. The warp. Something bloomed. The crawling pustulence was more than a clever pathogen. It was an idea, a caress from a god that delighted in slow ruination. The last surgeon's act, performed at the moment of his death over a central channel, completed a pattern his brothers had been inscribing in secretion and spore since they first broke into the vaults. That pattern locked into the Minotaurs' gene stock like a barb, not simply in the organs already kissed by physical contact, but in the very imprint of what those organs represented, in the warp shadow cast by their collective potential. For an instant, Theron felt it, a faint oily sensation sliding along the edge of his perception. Every casket seemed to shiver. Every progenoid seemed to turn, in some metaphorical, spiritual sense, toward a new, unseen sun. He fired. Bolt rounds turned the surgeon's remaining torso into paste. The arm broke apart, fingers scattering across the deck. It did not matter. The act was done. Cole spat blood and laughter. "Finished," he crooned. "Even if I die here, it is finished. Your sons will carry us. They will be our garden beds." Moloch reached him in 3 stomping strides and brought the hammer down again. This time, the blow smashed in the Sepsis Lord's helm entirely, flattening it into the ruin of his chest. The body jerked, limbs spasming. One of the bells on his shoulder burst, spilling a cloud of flies. That would have been the end of a lesser thing. Cole's armor cracked along its seams. Something within him turned inside out. His form bulged, then tore. A cloud of insects erupted from the ruin, a churning column of black that boiled up toward the vaulted ceiling. Maggots streamed from the splits in his plate. Smoke that glowed an unhealthy green poured after them. The cloud did not simply disperse. It flowed, seeking vents and ducts, burrowing into the ventilation grid. "Grandfather calls," Cole's voice whispered through 1,000 buzzing throats as the last of his case hardened, flesh slumped. "We will watch you rot from afar, little bulls. We have all the time in the galaxy." The remaining Death Guard began to withdraw. They did not flee. They fell back with the same implacable steadiness with which they had advanced, fighting rearguard actions that were more about shedding contamination in their wake than holding ground. Poxwalkers threw themselves into the paths of Minotaur blades. Blightspawn vented their tanks to fill corridors with lingering vapors. In the wider ship, Voxnets crackled with confirmation. Boarding parties were disengaging, abandoning footholds, retreating toward extraction points and the rust-encrusted hulks that had birthed them. The sepsis cohort had come for something specific. It had done what it came to do. The apothecarian fell silent by degrees. The last plague marine in the sanctum died tearing his scythe free of a Minotaur's ruined chest, only to have his head taken by a chain blade from behind. The sound of battle faded, leaving only the distant moan of wounded machinery and the wet drip of fluids. Moloch stood amid the ruin, hammer hanging at his side. His armor was plastered with filth, some of it still smoking where acids battled against ceramite. Around him, terminators and apothecaries moved like somber shades, finishing off twitching bodies, stamping on any wriggling mass that might be anything other than innocent meat. Theron pushed himself upright, every movement a protest. The apothecarian was wrecked. Stasis caskets lay shattered in slick heaps, glass and bone and organ, all mixed together. Preservation gel pooled in shallow lakes, now discolored by the crawling pustulance's seething filaments and the spilled blood of both loyalist and traitor. The walls were scorched where thermal charges had vented heat. Sections of the ceiling sagged, warped by blasts. "How bad?" Moloch said. He did not waste words on platitudes or condemnation. He simply asked. Theron looked around, then called up the vault inventory with a thought. The numbers that returned were abstractions, terrible and pure. "We have lost the secondary banks completely," he said. "Everything in them is ash in the ducting. The primary stacks have suffered physical breaches across multiple columns. Of the caskets that remain intact, none can be certified as untouched. The crawling pustulence has entered the system. The ritual they completed has tied it not only to the organs themselves, but to the pattern they represent." Moloch's helm shifted, gaze fixing more fully on him. "Explain," he said. Theron exhaled, a sound more like a snarl than a sigh. "I can purge a disease from tissue," he said. "I can cut away rot, scour filth, graft clean stock. This is more than that. They have written themselves into the echo of us, into the way our gene seed sings in the warp. Every progenoid in this room, every organ we have, stored for generations, every one we have already implanted into our neophytes, all of them now carry a stain that is not entirely material." He looked up at the stacks, at the organs that had been his life's work. "I can try to filter it," he said. "I can layer rite upon rite, chemical and sacramental both. Perhaps we will find a way to blunt the worst of it, but I cannot, in good conscience, call any of this pure any longer. Any gene seed we use from this point forward is a risk. Every new Minotaur may be carrying a seed of our extinction in his chest." For a long moment, the only sound was the drip and hiss and far-distant boom of a war not yet fully ended. Moloch said nothing. His silence weighed more heavily than any oath. Around them, the apothecarian's lumen strips flickered. In their cold light, the sacred harvest of the Minotaurs lay bruised and bleeding. The sanctum had been retaken. The enemy had been driven out. The defenders still stood. It did not feel like victory. The last of the boarding actions were not battles, they were culls. The Daedalus crater shook as her own wrath turned inward and outward at once. From her launch bays spat torpedoes that did not carry exploration augurs or polite boarding parties. These were ugly cylinders of armor and melter charge, their prows reinforced with layered plasteel and ceramite, their interiors packed with Minotaurs in makeshift breacher harnesses and boarding shields. They roared away from the fortress monastery in a storm of exhaust, streaking toward the disease-swollen silhouettes of the retreating plague hulks. Macro batteries fired around them, great shells curving past like falling moons to smash into the rust-eaten hulls and tear chunks free. The torpedoes rode through that debris field, their machine spirits howling joy in binary. Inside one of them, Captain Akragas braced with his squad behind their shields, mag boots biting into the deck as the torpedo shook. Impact in. Breath cycles counted on one hand, rasped the torpedo's cogitator voice through the cramped space. Its tone was almost eager. Akragas tightened his grip on his shield, the bull sigil on its face scuffed and blackened. Around him, his veterans checked their melter charges one last time, fingers brushing detonator runes with the familiarity of men who had done this many, many times. Remember, he voxed, we are not here to conquer, we are here to maim. We breach, we carve a path to their heart reactors, and we bleed them out. Anything still moving when the melter cooks is a bonus corpse. The torpedo hit. The impact slammed the breath from lungs that no longer needed air. Bulkheads screamed. Then there was the hollow bang of shaped charges detonating, and the prow of the torpedo turned itself into a gouting spear of molten metal that chewed through the plague hulk's rotten armor. Decompression howled, diseased atmosphere vomited into space. The torpedo's inner hatch iris whirled wide, and the Minotaurs surged out into a corridor of weeping flesh lined with rotted metal. The air on the plague hulk was thick enough to chew. It tasted of pus and incense and poison. Pustules on the walls pulsed, some of them popping as fresh, clean ceramite smashed into them, showering the Minotaurs in hot filth. Poxwalkers shambled forward, arms outstretched, grins splitting further as they tried to hold back the charge. Akragas's shield smashed one aside, crushing it against the bulkhead with a sound like a melon under a hammer. Bolt fire stitched through the corridor, blowing limbs and heads from walking corpses, shredding them into gobbets that still wriggled as they fell. "Drive," Akragas barked. "Drive and plant." They did. Behind them, other torpedoes slammed home into other hulks, disgorging more squads into corridors and shrine chambers and reactor space. Minotaurs drove inward like nails, ignoring lesser targets, forcing their way through to the structural heart. When they reached a place where cables met in writhing knots, where warp-cursed reactors throbbed like diseased organs, they set their charges. Melter packs clamped onto load-bearing struts, into the gaping mouths of machine shrines, onto cracked reactor housings. Runes glowed red as they armed them, little blinking eyes of unavoidable doom. Only then did the Minotaurs begin to withdraw, trampling poxwalkers, punching through hasty Death Guard cordons, using their shields as battering rams. They did not run. They moved with the calm of men who knew exactly how long their devices would take to change a volume of space into a sun. Behind them, one after another, the hulks bloomed. From the bridge of the Daedalus crater, officers watched through auspex and void glass as melter charges went critical. Great bubbles of white light swelled along the sides of the plague hulks, bulging outward, metal running like wax. In seconds, the ships were no longer ships, but incandescent smears. Their interiors turned to roaring, glowing slurry. When the light faded, what remained drifted in the void as cooling, twisted scrap, limbs of rusted hull and frozen gobbets of matter that had once been Death Guard, once been their slaves, once been their plagues. Not all of the enemy vessels died. Enough were gutted that the remainder, bleeding atmosphere and shedding debris, limped toward the warp, dragging their own vapor trails of filth behind them, like wounded beasts heading back to a poisonous lair. Within the Daedalus crater, the war did not end with their departure. The lower decks had become something between a charnel maze and a diseased rainforest. Spores clung to every surface. Filth grew in drifts against bulkheads where poxwalkers had milled. Bodies lay in strata, whole, half-eaten, charred or pulped beyond recognition under the tracks of dreadnoughts and the boots of Astartes. The Minotaurs set about cleaning it as they cleaned everything, methodically, without joy, with an almost sacred thoroughness. For many shipboard cycles, the Daedalus crater's depths echoed with the sound of her own guns turned inward. Kill teams stalked the habtiers, driving poxwalker herds with flamer sweeps and shock grenades. They herded the shambling masses into vast chambers stripped of anything flammable, where overlapping fields of heavy bolter and Lascanon fire reduced them to shredded mulch. The corridors leading to those kill zones were slick with whatever passed for poxwalker blood. Some of the creatures crawled toward the gun lines even after being cut in half, dragging themselves along by their fingers, leaving trails of black slime. Minotaur squads stood in disciplined ranks, firing until their barrels glowed, then stepping back in drilled rotation to let fresh brothers take their place. Elsewhere, squads swept through empty decks, their boots crunching on blackened bone and scorched rubble. Every windowless cell, every hidden scriptorum, every forgotten cargo bay where men might have tried to hide was opened, searched, and either cleared or burned. The attached regiments of the Astra Militarum no longer existed. A handful of shattered companies still twitched on the rosters, more out of inertia than accuracy. In truth, the survivors of the mortal soldiery numbered in the mere millions out of the teeming billions that had once inhabited the lower compartments. Those who had not died in plague outbreaks had died in Minotaur fire, or under Minotaur boots, or in Minotaur-directed exterminations. Chapter serfs fared little better. The Minotaurs had not targeted them as deliberately as they had the guardsmen, but they had not spared them either. Any sign of infection, any glimmer of green in the eye, any cough that sounded too wet was enough to see a man dragged away to a fire trench. When at last the stench shifted from fresh rot to old smoke, when the last poxwalker's twitching fingers had been pinned under a boot and obliterated, the Minotaurs called the decks clean. They smelled of disinfectant and char now, not of open sewer and fever. That was improvement. In the great hall, banners hung limp in the cleansing chemical reek. It had once been a place where victory was honored. Statues of armored giants lined the walls, each one representing a campaign in which the Minotaurs had been loosed upon some unfortunate region of the Imperium. Bones had been mortared into the pillars. Trophies dangled from chains, taken from traitor warlords and Zeno's monstrosities alike, their skulls gilded or nailed in place as warnings. Now, the stone was freshly scrubbed. Dark patches hinted at where blood had soaked deep enough that even purge agents could not wholly erase it. The air tasted of purifiers and faintly of burned meat. Companies assembled in precise ranks along the length of the hall. Astartes in scorched brazen plate stood shoulder to shoulder, helms fixed forward. Their armor bore the scars of the recent fighting, gouged plates, scorched trim, missing studs, all cleaned enough to be presentable, but not yet repaired. They held their bolt guns upright, muzzles to the ceiling, like votive offerings. Moloch stood at the head of the assembly, Terminator plate looming, cloak hanging heavy with dried filth. At his side, Encomi gripped the Crozius Arcanos, its head still faintly crackling, as if reluctant to ever fully sleep. The litany began. It was not spontaneous. Nothing about the Minotaurs was. A serf choirmaster below the dais signaled with a baton, and vox units kicked in with a crackle. Astartes' voices, augmented by helm grills and shipwide amplifiers, rose in brutal harmony. They praised the Emperor. They thanked the High Lords for the honor of being used. They recited the tally of ships destroyed and corridors reclaimed. Every phrase was delivered with mechanical perfection, shouted with the same intensity they might use to charge a trench line. No, one smiled. Joy had no place here. Moloch listened as his warriors roared their devotion. He heard in it not gratitude, not exaltation, but obedience. That was enough. He raised his hammer, and the sound cut off mid-verse, as if severed. "Brothers," he said, his voice carrying easily through the silent hall, "the enemy boarded our heart and lived long enough to foul it. They turned our lower decks into a menagerie of filth and madness. They reached hands toward that which we can least afford to lose. For that, they have paid in their own loves and hates and entire fleets. They limp back to their diseased dens with only their spite left, and even that has cost them dearly." He let the words hang. "We have reclaimed our ship," he went on. "We have broken their spear. We stand. Many we commanded to stand with us no longer do. That is as it is meant to be. We are the jailers of mortality. The death of billions is the only coin the galaxy recognizes." He lowered his hammer a fraction. "Glory is irrelevant. Survival is incidental. Duty alone remains." The hall answered with a single thunderous roar. It sounded like approval. It could just as easily have been defiance. In a chamber far below the great hall, duty took a more intimate form. The plague champion did not look like something that could feel pain any longer. He sat chained to a slab of black iron, limbs shackled by fused adamantine, his armor partly removed in jagged sections. Under the armor, his flesh was a landscape of tumors and rot. Skin stretched over bulges that twitched independently. Worms crawled through holes where organs had once been. Enkomi had ensured that he could feel pain anyway. Litanies burned into the chains, flickered with a constant low psychic hum, disrupting the Plague Marine's connection to his god. Needles of sanctified adamantium, driven into key nerve clusters, ensured that each new indulgence was properly registered by whatever passed for his nervous system. Surgical servitors had already done their work. Plates had been peeled back, bones exposed, fluids drained and replaced with electrolytes to keep the subject functional. The champion's helm had been removed. What lay beneath was not truly a face, more a mass of rotted tissue that approximated one. Teeth showed in odd places, some of them sprouting from cheeks or even forehead. His eyes were milky, rimmed with blackened flesh. Enkomi stood before him, Crozius resting against his shoulder, helm tilted. "You lived," the chaplain said. "Many of your fellows did not. Do you consider that a blessing?" The champion's lips cracked as they moved. When he spoke, chunks of dried pus flaked from them. "Every breath is a hymn," he gurgled. "Every hurt is a caress. Grandfather's love is in every ruined moment. You would not understand." Enkomi nodded to the apothecary standing by. A blade descended, sharp and slow. It sliced along the champion's exposed arm, cutting through diseased skin into muscle. The wound did not bleed in any normal sense. Slurry oozed out, writhing with tiny things that hissed and died when they touched the warded slab. "You will tell me what you did in our vaults," Enkomi said. "You will describe every rite, every blasphemy. You will yield the pattern of your craft so that our apothecary can begin unraveling it." The champion's laughter came out as a thick, bubbling froth. "Unravel," he wheezed. "Bull preacher, the pattern is the most beautiful thing we have woven in an age. We have tied your future to our master's joy. You cannot unpick what you cannot see." The blade worked again, this time sawing through one of his fingers. It dropped to the floor with a wet plop, wiggled, then sprouted a little cluster of maggots that were swiftly stamped out by a serf. The champion did not flinch. "We have time," Enkomi said. "Your god may savor patience. So do we." "You do not have time," the Plague Marine croaked. a note of delight creeping in. "That is the best part. Even now, even as you flense me, your suns are turning. Not loudly, not obviously, just a little. A cough that takes too long to clear. A dream that smells of wet earth. A scar that weeps when it should be dry. The taint is in them already." He leaned as far forward as his chains allowed, milky eyes fixing on Nkomi's helm. "Your doom is gestating in your sons, yet unborn," he whispered. "Your gene seed is a womb of rot." Nkomi slammed the Crozius down. It did not strike the champion's skull. That would have been too swift. Instead, the weapon came down on his knee, pulverizing joint and bone, and half the thigh above it in a wash of gore. Psychanic energy flared, turning much of that gore to vapor that burned the lungs of those too close. The champion screamed then. It was not pain that dragged the sound from him. Pain was an old friend. It was the disruption of the worms and fungi that had made their homes down there. They died by the millions in that single, annihilating blow. "Repeat your claim," Nkomi said softly, as the echo faded. "Say it again, and understand that if it is a lie, your suffering will be extended until even your god tires of the sound." The Plague Marine laughed again, high and shrill despite the damage. "Gladly," he gasped. "Your sons yet unborn are ours already." In the Apothecarian, Theron set out to prove him wrong. He and his apothecaries worked without pause for many shipboard cycles. Sleep came in short. Medicated jolts snatched between procedure runs. They worked under lumen strips turned up to eye-searing brightness, the better to see any hint of creeping shadow. Harvested gene seed from fallen brothers was sorted into new categories. Those taken before the Apothecarian breach, those taken during, those taken after. Each sample was subjected to a battery of tests. Chem reagents were injected, watching for reactions. Some progenoids remained inert for a time, then began to darken along certain veins. Others immediately sprouted hair-like filaments that curled and twisted in obscene shapes before collapsing into sludge. Psychers from the chapter's small cadre of attached witch sniffers were brought in, their talents as tightly muzzled as their bodies were bound in warded chains. Under careful supervision, they extended their minds toward the organs, tasting in the warp for any oily tang, any unnatural resonance. More than one staggered back, nose bleeding after brushing against something that pushed back. They burned those samples immediately. Theron kept records, charts filled, graphs formed. At first, the results were muddy. Some samples seemed relatively clean, some seemed obviously tainted. He seized on each apparently pure result like a drowning man grabbing for flotsam, running extra tests, layering on extra rights. One by one, even those began to fail. A sample that had resisted chemical probes for days suddenly sprouted a ring of tiny pustules along its outer surface. Another that had stayed quiescent under psychic scrutiny began to thrum faintly when brought near certain Minotaur relics, as if answering a call only it could hear. Theron stood in his office, helm on the desk beside him, sweat drying on the scars of his face, and stared at the data. "Every sample?" he asked, voice raw. His senior subordinate, a scar-laced veteran whose eye lenses were permanently tinged green from decades of staring at data, nodded once. "Every sample," he confirmed. "Some respond more aggressively than others. Some are subtle, but all carry traces, patterns that were not present in pre-war control stocks. The Plague Champion did not lie." Theron closed his eyes. He had cut down brothers on operating slabs before. He had burned organs that did not meet his exacting standards. He had accepted attrition as the cost of purity. This was different. This was a stain spread across the sea, not a speck on a single stone. He summoned Moloch and Nkomi to a secured council chamber. They came still armored, still smelling faintly of ash and disinfectant. Moloch took position at the head of the table, his massive frame forcing the space to rearrange itself around him. Enkomi leaned his Crozius against the wall within easy reach. Theron projected his findings as hololithic ghost script over the table's surface. "I have tested everything we could recover," he said. "Every progenoid that it was physically possible to retrieve from the field, every organ that survived the apothecarian breach, every sample taken from our current neophyte pool before and after the attack." He indicated the clusters of light. "There is not a single specimen I can call clean. Not one." Moloch's helm lenses flared. "Define unclean," he said. "Trace elements of the crawling pustulence," Theron replied. "Not always the full strain, not always active, but present, clinging to certain gene markers like barnacles. Even when we burn away the obvious manifestations, even when we scour the tissue down to what should be raw pattern, the shadow of it remains in the warp echo." Enkomi's gauntlet creaked. "Then the plague champion spoke truly," he said. "Our future sons are wombs of rot." "There may be ways to blunt it," Theron said. "If we limit implantation protocols, if we layer enough sacrificial rites and chemical washes, we might delay onset. We might reduce manifestation from immediate collapse to a slow, creeping weakness. But that is all I can offer. Mitigations, not cures." Moloch lifted one heavy hand. "I do not want mitigations," he said. "I want assurance. How many progenoids would you certify as viable for building a future that does not end in us coughing up our own hearts on a battlefield?" Theron's mouth twitched. "None," he said. "I cannot certify any. Not as we stand. Not with our own resources." Silence fell. Enkomi broke it first. "Then we execute the neophytes," he said, voice flat. "Everyone in whom we have implanted tainted organs. They are compromised stock, walking vessels of corruption. We cannot risk allowing them to mature only to turn in our midst. Cull them now, before they wear our plate." Theron's head snapped toward him. "Absolutely not," he said. "They are still ours, still salvageable in theory. If we find a way to counteract the taint, they will be the first to benefit. To kill them now is to throw away options we may desperately need." "We do not have the luxury of sentiment," Enkomi replied. "If even one of them bursts into a walking shrine to the plague god in the middle of a deployment, we will have done the enemy's work for him." "Enough," Moloch said. His voice cut through their rising argument like a blade. "We do not slaughter our own until there is no other path," he said. "Nor do we pretend that all is well. The apothecary has spoken. The gene seed is tainted beyond our capacity to cleanse. Whatever minor rites we attempt will be bandages on a disease of the blood." He looked at Theron. "Is there any authority in the Imperium who might possess the skill and resources to address this?" he asked. "Anyone who might cut deeper than you can?" Theron's gaze dropped. "Terra," he said. "The gene vaults under the throne, the masters of the Adeptus Custodes and the cloistered apothecaries who tend the Emperor's own stock. They have knowledge and tools that are denied to line chapters. If anyone can excise a metaphysical cancer from our seed, it would be them. And if they refuse," Enkomi asked, "if they look at us and see nothing but a plague vector, a tool too dangerous to keep, then they will order us destroyed," Moloch said, "and we will obey." In the hypno-indoctrination chambers, the neophytes were already changing. They lay in long rows on steel slabs, their bodies hooked to machines that fed them a constant drip of chem and of thought. Their eyes fluttered behind closed lids as they dreamed of battlefields they had never seen, of enemies they had never fought, of a golden figure on a throne and a bull sigil burning above him. Implantation scars traced their torsos, neat at first, then livid where the deeper organs sat. Along some of those scars, the skin had begun to blister. Tiny translucent pustules had formed, weeping clear fluid that left shining tracks. The orderlies dabbed them away with sterile cloths, chanting cleansing verses, but the pustules returned. Some of the boys had begun to show an odd indifference to the pain rituals that were part of their conditioning. Where once they had gritted their teeth and sweated under electro-whips, now they stared blandly ahead, as if the licking arcs were of no more consequence than rain. Their bodies healed from inflicted trauma more quickly than expected in some ways, less so in others. One neophyte's arm, broken in 3 places by design, mended overnight, the bone knitting with unnatural speed. A different fracture in another boy refused to close, the flesh around it turning slightly greenish, as if reluctant to obey the call of regeneration. The apothecaries logged it all. In the Council of Captains, Moloch laid the truth before his inner circle. They gathered in a chamber that had seen plans for crusades drawn and campaigns dissected. The walls were lined with hololithic representations of battles past, frozen in ghostlight. Now, those images shimmered and bled into new maps. The Daedalus crater, the route to the Corwood sectors, the symbol of terror hanging like a distant, unforgiving eye. Our gene seed is tainted, Moloch said without preamble. Not in isolated instances, systemically. The apothecary's orders to destroy whole banks of stock were not enough. The plague, God's work, runs deeper. If nothing is done, every new Minotaur we raise will carry, somewhere in his flesh, the potential to rot from within. He saw the impact hit them. Some captains stiffened. Others simply nodded, as if this were only another in a lifetime of grim revelations. None looked away. "What is our course?" asked one, his voice steady. "If terror denies us?" Moloch's helm turned toward him. "If terror denies us, then our purpose has been fulfilled," he said. "We have been used as long as we can be used. The executioners have outlived their usefulness. In that event, we will be ordered to lay down our arms and die, or to turn them upon ourselves. We will obey." A murmur rippled, more felt than heard through armor. "And if terror accepts?" another captain pressed. "If the High Lords and their custodian wardens decide to treat this plague? They may require a price. They may demand oaths that bind us even more tightly to their leash." Moloch's laugh was a harsh, grinding thing. "We already live on that leash," he said. "If by stretching it a little further they keep us from becoming a chapter of plague-ridden relics, so be it. Our nature will not change. We will still be sent where others are not, to do what others will not. We are too useful to simply erase while there is still something to be salvaged." He turned his gaze to the hololith, showing the fortress monastery's position in relation to the jagged, torn wound of the Great Rift. "We will make for terror," he said. "We will carve a path through this age of woe, through plague fleets and heretic armadas, and whatever else the void chooses to throw in our way. We will present ourselves at the throne world's gate, not as supplicants, but as tools seeking to be sharpened. If they refuse, they will have the courage to tell us to our faces." Far away, in a pocket of unreality, where rusted hulks drifted through clouds of sentient miasma, Gorvas Cole's essence congealed. His old armor lay in pieces in a shrine chamber aboard another plague cruiser, trophies of his near death. Around it, nurglings cavorted, splashing in the seepage that dripped from the shattered plates. A new body, grown in a vat of foulness, stood nearby, its surface smooth in a grotesque parody of youth. Flies swarmed above it, a dark, roiling mass. Slowly, lazily they descended, burrowing into the waiting flesh, disappearing beneath its surface. The bulk twitched. Tumors swelled into their proper places. Scars wrote themselves along skin that had never been unmarked. Cole opened his eyes, milky and filmed, and smiled. He shuffled to a lectern made of fused bone, where a great ledger lay open. Its pages were vellum made from flayed hide, its ink a mixture of coagulated blood and something far less wholesome. Tallymen had kept it in his absence, their cramped script recording each plague deployed, each world touched. He took up a quill grown from his own shoulder and dipped it into a pot of seething black. "New entry," he croaked, voice still wet from the vat. "Designation: tainting of the Minotaur's gene seed. Vector, crawling pustulence, 7th refinement. Result, systemic contamination. Projection, eventual erasure of one loyalist chapter from the stage of war. Notes, pleasing contrast between their brutish loyalty and the delicacy of their fate. He wrote it with care, each letter a small act of devotion. "Grandfather loves slow endings," he murmured when he was done. "We have gifted him one that will make him smile for a long, long time." On the corpse-littered docks of the Daedalus crater, Moloch stood and watched serfs scrape bodies into piles. The docks had become mass graves. The airlocks along their length had been used to vent countless corpses, traitor and loyalist alike, into the void. Even so, there were still heaps of the dead stacked along the walls, waiting their turn. Some were little more than bundles of charred bone. Others were nearly intact, faces frozen in expressions that had lost meaning once the life behind them had gone. Servitors worked tirelessly, their flesh hands and metal clamps hauling the dead, feeding the huge incinerator maws that would burn whatever was not gifted to space. Chapter serfs followed with hoses, washing the decks with chemical mixes that stung the eyes and dissolved stubborn stains. Moloch watched, helmet off, his scarred, heavy-featured face bare to the reek. Enkomi joined him, helm still on, Crozius resting against his shoulder. "This is what victory looks like," the chaplain said. It was not a question. "It is what duty looks like," Moloch corrected. "Victory is a word for those who think wars end." He let his gaze travel along the length of the docks, taking in the ruin, the exhausted movements of the living, the blank stares of those whose grief had burned itself out days ago. "We are not done," he said. "The enemy has scarred us in a way bolter shells never could. Our gene seed is fouled. Our future is a question mark written in plague script. There is only one place where that question can be asked and perhaps answered." "Terra," Enkomi said. "Terra," Moloch agreed. "The throne world, the cradle and grave of so many. We will take this fortress monastery through the worst the galaxy can throw, and we will set her in orbit above that world, or we will come apart trying. We will demand what we require to continue serving, or we will accept whatever doom the masters of mankind decree." He set his jaw. "Signal the fleet," he said. "Plot a course coreward. Every ship that can still move will form on our flanks. We go to the throne, carrying rot in our hearts and wrath in our hands. Let the Imperium decide which it prefers." The Daedalus crater turned in the dark, vast engines rumbling to life, scars along her hull still weeping frozen filth. Behind her, in the wake she would cut through the stars, lay burned decks and empty worlds. Ahead of her, somewhere beyond the howling wound of the Great Rift, burned a light on a distant world of marble and blood. Victory tasted of disinfectant and ash and the faint, inescapable tang of rot. The Daedalus crater burned through the dark like a wounded beast that refused to lie down. Her engines pushed her coreward toward the crowded heart of the Imperium, through warp currents made treacherous by the great wound torn across reality. Geller fields howled as unseen predators threw themselves again and again against the invisible bulwarks. Void shields shimmered as angered stars spat radiation across her prow. Inside her armored skin, another war began. The first reports came as irritations, not alarms. A brother failed his pain litany. On a training deck turned temporary infirmary, a Minotaur knelt with his arm braced in a brace of needles. Electro-scourges lashed his flesh, stitching agony along his nerves in precise patterns meant to test the purity of his response. He had endured such rites since he had been half the size and twice as mortal. He should have recited the catechism between screams, each verse perfectly enunciated. Instead, he faltered, his words slurred, sweat rolled off him in thick streams, more than the pain alone could justify. When the serf administering the rite checked his readings, he found fever burning beneath the armor. Another brother collapsed mid-drill. On an armorium range, Shells thundered downrange in neat, repeating patterns as devastators practiced overlapping fire. One in the second rank swayed as he tracked his target. His aim wandered for a heartbeat. The sergeant barked a rebuke over the vox. The warrior obeyed, hauling his attention back into line. Then his legs folded, and he toppled backward, weapon clattering from his gauntlets as he hit the deck in a heap of ceramite and breathing. When they stripped his armor away in the apothecarian, his chest was mottled with a rash that crept along the lines of his implantation scars, each blotch glistening faintly, as if something oozed just beneath the skin. Elsewhere, a brother tore a serf's head off with his bare hands during a routine ammunition check. He denied remembering the act. His brothers confirmed that his eyes had been wrong in the moments before. Not green, not fogged with obvious corruption, but brighter, more intent, as if lit by a feverish joy. When the rage passed, he sagged, horrified in a way that made his interrogators uncomfortable. None of these incidents were plague, in the sense the Death Guard would have understood it. There were no explosions of pus, no sudden transformations into shambling, giggling horrors. This was subtler, more insidious, a slow unpicking of the weave from within. Theron saw the pattern emerging long before anyone else admitted it. He stood in an inspection bay, a squad of Minotaurs lined. Before him, in full plate, helms off. The chamber was lit with hard white from lumen strips, the kind that showed every flaw, every imperfection. Servitors hovered at the edges, Auspex limbs twitching, their lenses set to detect the faintest thermal anomaly, the smallest discoloration. "Armor off," Theron ordered. There was no protest. Each warrior unsealed his plate, mag locking sections to racks as they were removed, revealing the scarred, knotty muscle beneath. Implantation marks traced their bodies, each one a scar that told part of the story of their transformation into monsters. Theron went down the line, flanked by 2 apothecaries. His gaze was clinical, dispassionate. He checked joints, pressed fingers into old wounds, watched for winces that should not have been there. Most of them passed. A few had bruises he made note of. One, near the end, had more. A round swelling bulged along the line of the primary implant beneath his ribs. It was the size of a clenched fist. The skin over it stretched thin and shiny, weeping a clear fluid that glistened in the light. It pulsed faintly, as if something inside it were beating out its own rhythm. Theron pressed his thumb against it. The boil yielded with an unpleasant softness. The warrior clenched his jaw, a grunt escaping despite himself. "How long?" Theron asked. "Since the battle in the lower forges, Lord," the Minotaur replied. "It sprouted 2 shipboard cycles past. I reported to the quartermaster. He said it was a bruise, that it would harden and vanish. He was wrong," Theron said. He stepped back. "Designation?" he asked. "Brother Leonidas, 3rd Squad, 5th Company," the warrior answered. "Brother Leonidas, 3rd Squad, 5th Company," Theron repeated. "You are infected. You will not recover. Your flesh is now a liability to the chapter. You will be executed, and your remains incinerated. No part of you will enter the vaults. No part of you will linger aboard this ship as a vector." There was no ceremony. There was no time. One of the apothecaries drew his bolt pistol, stepped forward, and placed the muzzle against Leonidas's forehead. The warrior did not flinch. He did not beg. He glanced once at his squad mates, then straightened his spine. "For the Emperor," he said. The bolt took his head off in a spray that painted the ceiling and spattered his brothers' faces. His body crashed to the deck. Blood pumped, then slowed, pooling around his feet. Theron gestured. "Do not clean your faces," he told the squad. "You will watch." Flamer servitors trundled in, heavy tanks sloshing. They bathed the corpse in alchemical fire, turning flesh and bone to ash in a matter of heartbeats. The heat washed over the assembled Astartes, prickling their exposed skin. The smell was thick and greasy, even through respirators. "Remember this," Theron said. Remember that this is kindness. If you see such a mark on one, another, if you feel such a swelling under your own skin, you will not hide it. You will report. You will accept this end. Better ash than a plaything of the plague god. He turned away only when nothing remained but a scorched patch on the deck and a few stubborn black lumps that servitors scraped up for disposal. Later, in the apothecarian, he peeled open another progenoid on his slab. The organ lay glistening in his palm, delicate tissue trembling as if it still remembered the heartbeat that had cradled it. Fine instruments probed and sliced, tiny samples taken and subjected to immediate analysis. Runes flickered, the results feeding into a growing mass of data. Encomi arrived without ceremony, Crozius slung across his back for once. He set his helm on a hook by the door, revealing a face carved in harsh lines and pitted with old scars. His eyes were dark, their intensity not diminished by the surrounding gloom. "You are still cutting," the chaplain said. It was neither greeting nor question. "I will still be cutting when we reach Terra," Theron replied, "and long after, if we are permitted to exist that long." He sliced away a sliver of the progenoid. Under magnification, it writhed, tiny filaments questing against the slide's edge. "The pattern holds?" Encomi asked. "The pattern spreads," Theron said. "The more we harvest, the more echoes we find. The taint is not a stain that stays where it is put. It moves along the lines of what we are." Encomi watched in silence as Theron subjected the organ to a wash of reagent. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the tissue grayed along a set of distinct curves, shapes that mirrored, in faint, mocking fashion, the bull sigil they all wore. "Is this a test?" Encomi asked finally, "or a judgment?" Theron's hands paused. "I am not a theologian," he said. "My work begins and ends with meat, and the echoes meet leaves. Whether this is a censure from on high, or simply the natural consequence of existing in a galaxy that hates all patterns that last too long, that is your arena. You have opinions nonetheless," Encomi said. Theron set the sliced progenoid into the disposal chute. Purifier fire flashed, reducing it to dust. "If it is a test," he said, "then it is a strange one. The Emperor has tools aplenty that break when they are no longer useful. Most are never cherished enough to warrant such intricate ruin. To mark us so precisely suggests attention. Attention implies intent. Perhaps he wishes to see if we will remain obedient as we rot." "You sound almost bitter," Encomi said. Theron shrugged, metallic plates grinding. "I am tired," he replied. "Tired of cutting and burning and counting the future in organs that dissolve in my hands. If this is punishment for the cruelties we have visited on his worlds, then it is late in coming. We have already burned populations beyond number. We have already wiped out entire bloodlines. To strike now, when we are most effective, seems inefficient." Encomi's mouth twisted, not quite into a smile. "The Emperor is not a god," he said. "He does not mete out punishment like some petty warp thing keeping score of individual sins. He is a man on a throne who has become an idea. This may not be his doing at all. It may be nothing more than the plague god's spite. If that is the case, then our suffering is collateral, no more meaningful than the deaths of the billions we have rendered down." "Comforting," Theron said dryly. "Faith does not comfort," Encomi replied. "It anchors. We do not stand because we are loved. We stand because that is what we were made for. If the Emperor tests us, we endure. If he punishes us, we endure. If he has forgotten us, we endure anyway. There is no alternative." Theron looked down at his scarred hands. "Enduring is my job," he said. "I will continue. But understand this, Reclusiarch. Every brother lost now is not simply a warrior gone. He is a tally in a ledger that does not balance. We are bleeding from a wound that might never close. Then we do what wounded beasts do when cornered," Encomi said. We bite harder. Moloch embraced that philosophy with a coldness that made even his captains uneasy. Strategic doctrines shifted in the ship's cogitator banks, where once the Minotaurs had been brutal but careful with their own, conscious of the need to preserve their strength for the ugly tasks the High Lords would assign. Now the equations changed. Each Astartes became a resource with an expiry date burned into his chest. Orders went out to company commanders. Every deployment was to be calculated not in terms of how many Minotaurs could be preserved, but how much destruction could be wrung from their existence before inevitable decay claimed them. Assault patterns shifted toward more direct, more savage engagements. Casualty projections nudged upward and stayed there. "They will die whatever we do," Moloch told a council of officers, "either screaming on a battlefield or rotting slowly in their cells. I will not waste their remaining strength on caution. If our line must wither, it will do so surrounded by the shattered carcasses of our enemies." Out in the void, this new ruthlessness found outlet immediately. A warp skirmish near a broken trade route brought the Daedalus Crater into contact with a minor Chaos raiding squadron. In another age, the Minotaurs might have pounded them to wreckage from range, content to conserve boarding strength. Now, Moloch hurled multiple companies across the gap, battering rams of brass and fury that smashed the enemy to pieces at arm's length. The raiders died. So did many Minotaurs. Their gene seed, when recovered, went into the same tainted vaults, but Moloch logged those deaths as worthwhile. They had, in dying, taken wedges from the vast, ill-defined debt of vengeance he now felt he owed, the universe. Some brothers began to dream. They did not speak of it at first. Astartes did not share their nightmares like mortal men. They endured them in silence and woke with the taste of iron behind their teeth. In these dreams, they walked through a garden. The ground underfoot was soft, yielding like flesh. Trees grew there, their trunks swollen and knotted with tumors. Their branches hung with fruit that wept pus when squeezed. The air was warm and heavy, full of the sound of buzzing and distant, contented chuckling. At the heart of the garden stood a figure. He was enormous, corpulent beyond comprehension, rolls of diseased flesh hanging in folds. His skin crawled with life, tiny creatures swarming over him in affectionate patterns. His face, such as it was split by a grin that managed somehow to be both loving and utterly without pity. He held out his arms to them. "Little bulls," he said, his voice thick and sweet, "you are tired. You have carried such heavy burdens. Lay them down. I offer you freedom from duty, freedom from the leash. All you need do is stop fighting the gifts in your blood. Let them bloom. Let yourselves soften. No more orders. No more being spent like shells. Just the joy of decay." Each brother woke at that point, breath ragged, armor damp with sweat. They reported to their chaplains, as doctrine demanded. Enkomi listened to the first one in silence, then called for the next, and the next. After the fifth, he stopped asking for details. "This is not a corruption you can confess away," he said. "It is a weapon dug into your subconscious. We cannot root it out now. We can only blunt its use. You will not speak of these dreams outside these walls. Any who do will be disciplined. Those who persist will be reassigned to actions where their deaths can do the most good." The brothers who suffered the dreams found themselves at the tips of boarding spears, leading charges against enemy decks where survival was unlikely. Some welcomed it. Others clenched their teeth and charged, seeing in their own likely deaths a way to deny the voice in the garden. Not all resistance came from the enemy. On a minor world along their route, a company took a wound it could not accept. The planet had once been a way station of no great note, a refueling point on a trade route that no longer mattered. The Death Guard had passed through and left it coughing. Plague had taken the cities. The Minotaurs had gone down to clear away what remained. They had been careless. The company fought in streets ankle-deep in phlegm and ash. They waded through mobs of shambling husks that burst under their boots. They took cuts and splashes and breathfuls of contaminated air. They cleansed the world. When they returned to the Daedalus crater, a third of them already sprouted lesions along their implants. The remainder saw what awaited them. In the strategium, their captain knelt before Moloch, helm off, head bowed. "We request the honor of self-purge," he said. "We have been touched. Not all of us yet show it, but it is there. We can smell it on one another. We would rather die clean in the ship's fire than wait for your apothecary to decide which of us may linger as potential plague vessels." Moloch regarded him for a long moment. "You are still capable of killing," the chapter master said. "There are many battles between here and Terra. You could spend your remaining strength on enemies that deserve it." The captain shook his head. "We will be watching one another instead of our foes," he said. "Every bruise will be suspect. Every cough cause for doubt. That hesitation will cost you more than our absence. Let us go into the reactor. Let us add our bodies to the fuel that drives this fortress. It is a fitting end for bulls who have lost the right to fight." Enkomi stood nearby, listening, Crozius resting lightly in his hands. "I support their plea," he said. "Better a noble immolation than a slow slide into the plague god's embrace. Let them choose their end. That choice is the last freedom they have." Moloch nodded once. "So be it," he said. "You will have your purge." The company assembled in full plate in the reactor access chamber. The air there hummed with contained energies, with the deep, constant throb of the plasma core that pushed the Daedalus crater through the void. Tech adepts watched from afar, their augmetic eyes wide. Even for them, who had seen many strange things done in the name of war, this was new. The captain addressed his men briefly. "We die as we have lived," he said, "in service. Our last battle is against that which would hollow us. Let the Emperor take what is still his, and let the plague god choke on our ashes." They marched into the access tunnel in single file, banners furled, bolters slung. The last tech adept sealed the bulkhead behind them, hands trembling as he engaged, locks that had never been used this way before. Inside, the company walked until the heat grew fierce even through their armor, until warning runes flared in their helms, protesting the stress on their systems, until the glow ahead became something more than light, became a presence that scorched thought. They did not stop. When they stepped into the plasma heart, they were atoms by the time they realized it. The machine did not notice the addition. The Daedalus crater's engines burned a fraction brighter for a heartbeat, nothing more. Above, in orbit around that plague-touched world, Moloch watched through hololithic projection as cyclonic torpedoes dropped into the atmosphere. They lit the sky as they burned in, streaks of silver and ember. When they struck, they cracked the crust, turned oceans to foam, atmospheres to expanding shells of superheated gas. Cities went from diseased ruin to molten slag in less than a heartbeat. The planet convulsed, then quieted, a glowing wound against the black. "Exterminatus complete," intoned a serf. Residual warp echoes decreasing. Moloch turned away. "Mark it as cleansed," he said. "No seed of the great plague will rise from its ashes." Behind him, in the shadows of a side gallery, a cluster of captains murmured. One voice, younger than the rest, spoke just a little too loudly for safety. "We scorch worlds, we burn our own suns, we march companies into reactors," the junior officer said. "We do all this to stay leashed to an imperium that would put us down like dogs the moment we become too troublesome. Perhaps we should accept what has been done to us. The plague offers freedom in its way. Better to turn on our masters than to crawl to terror begging for the right to die slowly." His peers shifted uneasily. "You speak heresy," one hissed. "You speak treason." "I speak practicality," the junior captain replied. "We are doomed either way. At least as traitors we would carry the mercy of agency." As we are, we lurch on as weapons waiting to be scrapped. He did not realize that Enkomi stood at the end of the corridor, helm lenses fixed on him. The reclusiarch moved with deceptive quiet for such bulk. His Crozius thumped once on the floor, the sound like a judge's hammer. The captains turned, faces tightening. "Repeat your words," Enkomi said to the young officer. The captain swallowed. "I spoke in frustration," he said. "Nothing more. Idle speculation." "There is no idle in speculation that leans toward turning from the throne," Enkomi said. "Words are seeds. In this chapter, we burn contaminated seeds." He stepped forward. The junior captain tried to stand his ground, but there was no conviction behind it. Fear bled through. "You are Minotaur," Enkomi said. "You were made to obey. To you, freedom is a disease, not a gift. You flirt with the idea of roaming without leash because you have never truly considered what that means. You would not become a noble renegade. You would become meat in different colors." He raised the Crozius. "I will save you from that." The first blow broke the captain's knees. Armor crumpled, bone splintered. He fell, hands scrabbling at the deck. The second shattered his torso, power fields turning ribs to dust. The third came down on his head, reducing helm and skull together to a cloud of particles that hung in the air like mist for a heartbeat before dissipating. Enkomi turned to the watching captains. "His gene seed will be destroyed," he said. "His name will be struck from our rolls. No one will speak of him again. Let this be your catechism. Doubts are to be confessed, not shared. Speculation is to be whispered to the Emperor alone. Any other course is contagion." They bowed their heads, not in agreement, but in acceptance of necessity. From a great height, the Minotaurs were monstrous. They were executioners, tools sharpened and resharpened until there was nothing left but edge. They had exterminated worlds without blinking. They had vented decks full of their own serfs rather than risk a few more minutes of plague contact. They murdered dissent in their ranks with the same lack of ceremony they applied to crushing poxwalkers. From a great height, their doom approached as just payment. They had dealt out death for so long that it seemed almost just that death now dealt itself back along their own veins, that their gene seed carried not only the Emperor's mark, but the plague god's spite. There were many in the Imperium who would have watched their slow decline with grim satisfaction, seeing in it a balancing of books written in blood. Up close, there was something that might, in another age, have been mistaken for tragedy. They did not rage against the injustice of their fate. They did not swear oaths to dark gods in exchange for escape. They did not look for ways to twist their suffering into an excuse to become the thing they hated. They did what they had always done. They obeyed. They burned their own. They tightened their helmets and turned their backs on dreams that promised rest. They marched willingly into reactors and down into plague-drenched hive streets. They adjusted doctrines to spend themselves more efficiently. They plotted a course to a throne that might well order their extermination on sight, and they began their long walk. Monstrous, yes. Tools of an uncaring Imperium, certainly, but tools that, even as decay gnawed at their handles, refused to drop themselves. In the warp, the Daedalus crater pushed on. The Gellerfield flickered, snarled, then held, keeping the ship a bubble of diseased steel and stubborn will in a sea of screaming madness. Warp predators circled, tasted the psychic taint that clung to the fortress monastery's soul, and shied away with wary hunger. Even demons knew when a meal might bite back. In the navigator's spire, the robed, wasted figure in his cradle opened his third eye and squinted through the bleeding colors. The light of the Astronomicon had been a dim, guttering candle since the great wound tore the sky. Now, slowly, painfully, it grew a fraction brighter. "Course," he whispered through cracked lips. "Adjusting. The currents ease. We slip into a corridor less torn than most. Segmentum Solar lies ahead, if the warp does not close its jaws. Astrogators plotted the route with weary hands. Voxmasters sent coded bursts through the immaterium, knowing most would die in the screaming dark. Somewhere beyond, defenses around the heart of humanity flared as they registered the approach of a plague-touched fortress monastery, its history dripping with sanctioned atrocity, its future clouded by infection. On the Daedalus crater, in a quiet moment between drills and purges and the dismantling of their own future, some of the Minotaurs allowed themselves the smallest of thoughts. When they emerged into the region of space ruled by Terra's guns, would the throne world open its arms to them as battered hounds returning with blood in their teeth? Or would it raise its weapons and put them down like the diseased beasts they were rapidly becoming? No one spoke the question aloud. They tightened the seals on their armor, scrubbed the sores along their ribs until they bled, and prepared to find out. The crusade of the wasting carved its path through the dark half of the Imperium, like a rusted blade dragged through infected flesh. Beyond the howling wound of the Great Rift, where the Astronomicon was a faint, guttering ember, and the stars themselves seemed diseased, the Daedalus crater pushed on. Her engines burned hot and baleful, leaving behind a wake of void eddies and scorched reality. Around her prow, warp tides snarled, trying to drag the fortress monastery sideways into malign gravities of madness. Her Geller field spat defiance, a brazen bulwark of machine litany and spite. The route she took was not one any sane fleet would have chosen. It led through the scarred heart of Imperium Nihilus, through systems that had already been mauled by the New Age. They passed plague worlds, where continents had liquefied, the land itself sagging like diseased flesh. From orbit, oceans looked thick, scummed over with the colors of bruises, shorelines crawling with movements too slow and vast to properly comprehend. Once thriving agri-worlds had become fields of stillness, vast crops standing unharvested because the hands that had planted them now shuffled in circles, whispering praise to a god of entropy. They skirted demon-infested lanes where the void glittered with things that were not stars. Ships hung there, skeletal wrecks pierced by thorns of crystallized warp matter, frozen in attitudes of eternal distress. Psychic echoes clung to them like oil, whispers that crawled along the Daedalus crater's hull, promising rest, release, anything but the endless grind of duty. In war zones where billions already died and would die again, the Minotaurs did what they had always done. They did not stop to stabilize. They did not linger to rebuild. They arrived, smashed apart whatever warbands of heretic, xenos, or traitor were in the way of their chosen course, and left worlds behind them as smoldering, truncated tragedies. The rumors began even before the crusade reached the halfway mark. Some spoke of a brazen fortress that appeared at the edge of plagued systems like a herald of finality, its guns burning entire hive continents clean without pausing to differentiate between shrines and infection pits. Others told of bull-sigilled giants who descended in drop pods and storm birds, broke the back of whatever infestation clawed at that world's throat, then departed without a word, leaving choking silence and the stink of burning bodies. In every tale, the pattern was the same. The Daedalus crater arrived. It killed, it left. The worlds it touched did not get better. They simply died more tidily. The plague gods noticed. It was near the ragged limb of a once stable warp junction that the larger Death Guard fleet found them. The first sign was not augur contact, but a shift in the psychic taste of the void. The navigators felt it as a thickening in the warp, a scent of swamp rot overlaying the usual metallic tang of the sea between stars. Astropaths flinched on their thrones as distant laughter brushed the edges of their perception. Then Auspex pings lit up the Daedalus crater's strategium. Vessels slid into real space ahead of the Minotaur formation, each one shedding warp frost that steamed and crawled with life. They were larger than the earlier Sepsis cohort, fewer hulks and more intact warships, ancient cruisers whose silhouettes spoke of pre-heresy designs, now twisted into obscene parodies of their former glory. Their hulls were swollen with growths, their prows crowned with icons of flies and rotted skulls. "The stink of our gene seed has drawn a bigger pack," Theron observed, his voice carrying over the command vox as he watched the threat glyphs bloom. "They follow the spoor of their own work." "Let them come," Moloch said. "We owe them blood returned." The void between the fleets became a storm. Capital ships traded blows that would have shattered planets. The Daedalus Krater's macro batteries thundered, saturating space with shells that tore great, weeping holes in plague ship plating. Lances scythed, spearing through layers of rust and swollen hull to strike at reactors and bridge clusters. In return, the Death Guard's plague cannons vomited shells that burst not into fire but into clouds of corruption, their detonations leaving behind drifting spheres of clotted matter and buzzing invisible things that gnawed at void shields like carrion flies eating through a shroud. Between these giants, countless smaller vessels died. Escort craft and attack boats swarmed, like schools of predatory fish between whales. Minotaur strike craft knifed in on attack runs, their pilots chanting kill mantras as they spat las and missile fire into enemy hulls. They were swatted from void, detonated by flak, or simply swallowed whole by fleshy protrusions that reached out from plague ship flanks. Gun cutters laden with plague marines and pox thralls tried to close with the Daedalus Krater, only to be cut apart by that fortress monastery's furious point defense. Boarding torpedoes from both sides crisscrossed the space, iron seeds of atrocity. In one engagement, the Daedalus Krater's prow slammed through the drifting wreck of a cruiser already cracked open by combined trauma, shedding chunks of corroded armor and frozen corpses into the void like offal. Behind it, 4 Death Guard capital ships burned in various degrees of dismemberment, their frames venting filth and fire, while 2 Minotaur escort cruisers drifted as gutted hulks, their sacrifice having opened the gap that let the fortress monastery's guns do their work. Neither side broke the other completely. They simply tore pieces off one another and moved on, like predators exchanging bites and circling, both too stubborn to yield. It was on a way station world, little more than a swollen rock, outfitted with refueling rigs and orbital plates, that the next atrocity played itself out. The Death Guard descended first. Their drop craft fell like clotted meteors, punching through the thin atmospherics to smash into the hive stacks and compounds that clustered around the equator. They spilled forth plague marines and their mortal attendants, who set about turning hab blocks into plague gardens. Streets became rigid forests of contorted bodies as entire populations were frozen in positions of agony, their flesh hardening into waxy statues crusted with sores that never quite opened. Toxic clouds rolled along alleys, turning lungs into breeding pits for crawling things that chewed their way out. Whole hab towers were wrapped in creeping growth, metal and plastic swallowed by ruinous vines that flowered into mouths. By the time Minotaur drop pods punched down through the upper atmosphere, whole districts were already transformed into grotesque sculptures. The fortress monastery's sensors read them as life signs, but the patterns were wrong, too still, too uniform. On the surface, squads advanced through streets lined with immobile figures. A Minotaur brushed past a frozen civilian, his storm shield scraping the man's shoulder. The statue-like figure trembled faintly. A line of cracking ran up its neck. From that line, a thin trickle of liquid emerged, then a stream, then a spray as the figure tore open from crown to groin, disgorging a spray of glistening shapes that swarmed toward the Astartes' boots. The Minotaurs burned them, of course. They burned everything. But there were too many streets, too many hives, and too much of the planet already, remade into a shrine. In orbit, Moloch watched the tactical feeds with mounting disgust. "These hives are lost," he said. "The entire world is a seedbed for further spread. We cannot cleanse this from the ground. We can only cauterize." The planetary governor's terrified face flickered on a secondary hollow, protesting, pleading for more time, for targeted strikes, for anything but what he knew was coming. Moloch had his channel muted before the man finished the first sentence. "Range," he said. "Cyclonic torpedoes at optimal engagement," came the gunnery officer's reply. "Fire," Moloch ordered. The bombardment that followed did not differentiate between plague gardens and still untouched sanctums. The torpedoes punched through the atmosphere, their warheads digging into the crust before detonating. Shock waves rippled across the planet's surface, turning hive spires into tumbling rubble, vaporizing plague sculptures and shrines alike. Boiling rock and steam rose into the thin sky. The sound of billions of deaths did not carry into the void. Only the light did. Later, a Lord Militant whose forces had fought alongside the Minotaurs on a neighboring world demanded an audience. They met in one of the Daedalus Krater's smaller strategia, a chamber whose hololithic projectors could show an entire subsector in perfect detail, and yet often displayed only kill tallies. The Lord Militant was a man no longer young, scarred by years of command, his uniform threadbare at the edges. He stood with the stiffness of someone who had spent too long forcing his body to obey. "You cannot prosecute a crusade like this," he said, voice tight. "Do you understand what you are doing? Your actions on that way station killed more Imperial citizens than the Death Guard could have in a century. We are fighting to save these worlds, not to see who can pile the taller mound of corpses." Moloch watched him from behind his brazen helm. "We are fighting to save the Imperium," the chapter master said. "There is a difference. Worlds are coins to be spent. Flesh is fuel. If a single planet must be burned so that the plague cannot use it as a beachhead to infect 10 more, then it will burn." "These are not numbers on a slate," the Lord Militant snapped. "They are people, men and women who have served the throne for generations." "They are numbers on my slate," Moloch said. "That is what command means. You do not have to like it. You simply have to understand that it is necessary." The Lord Militant took a step forward, anger overcoming caution. "I am charged by the Segmentum Command with the defense of this region," he said. "I will be forced to report your methods. There are limits to what even a chapter can do, desperate or not. If you continue to—" Moloch turned to a serf standing near the door. "Remove him," he said. The serf bowed and gestured. A squad of Minotaurs stepped forward from the shadows, their presence having gone unnoticed until that moment. They took the Lord Militant by the arms. He tried to pull away, then realized the futility and went stiff. "I will not be cowed, Astartes," he said. "You may throw me into some cell, but my reports will reach high command. They will—" Moloch keyed a rune on his vambrace. The Strategium's audio feeds cut off the human's voice as neatly as a blade. To him, the man was now silent, a figure dragged away like any other obstruction. "We answer to terror," Moloch said to his captains. "To the High Lords and their agents, not to frightened generals whose vision extends only as far as their front lines." The crusade rolled on, a butcher's masterpiece. At near full chapter strength, unleashed with the knowledge that there would be no new brothers in anything like the numbers needed to replace them, the Minotaurs became pure function. Their void war prowess was unmatched. Strike forces dropped with terrifying accuracy, hitting enemy command centers and supply lines in coordinated blows. Boarding actions were less assaults and more controlled detonations. Minotaur squads entered, killed everything that moved, set charges, and withdrew, leaving ships to die behind them. Every victory was edged with sacrifice. In one engagement, 3 Imperial Guard armies were expended as screens so that a single Minotaur assault company could punch through a Black Legion warband's flank and decapitate it. In another, whole brigades of Scitarii were ordered to hold a manufactorum under Death Guard bombardment, simply so that the fortress monastery's teleportarium grid could lock onto the enemy batteries more precisely. Behind the Minotaur's advance, the Great Plague spread its own legend. Imperial commanders cursed the Bull Sigil in private, while sending ever more urgent requests for their aid in public. Mortal populations whispered of a fortress monastery that brought both salvation and doom, whose arrival meant the enemy would die, and their world would probably die with them. Some shrines began to depict brass-clad Astartes with flies hovering about them, unable to decide whether they were angels or heralds of disease. The Death Guard, for their part, delighted in the escalation. Cole lived, of course. The new armor grown around his reconstructed bulk sat more snugly than the last, its surfaces smoother, as if in mockery of the Minotaur's own increasingly scarred plate. His tallyman charted the Crusade's course with glee, sending sepsis cohorts to intersect it whenever possible. They brought new plagues to each meeting. On one ravaged agri-world, an Astra Militarum regiment charged across open fields toward Death Guard lines, only to slow mid-stride as their flesh loosened. Helmets slipped down over faces that had become too thin to hold them. Fingers fused to weapon stocks. Men fell, their bodies turning to slurry that soaked into the soil, feeding crops that shivered and sprouted new, unpleasant growths overnight. On another, artillery crews found that their hands had merged with the grips of their guns, skin and metal fused, tendons twined into cables. They could not let go, even as their bodies warped, hunched over their pieces like grotesque machine spirits, fingers spasming on triggers long after their hearts stopped. Hive spires in a contested system bloomed with tumors that grew from the hab walls themselves. They pulsed like hearts, then split open, spilling forth swarms of tiny demons that skittered through vents and ducts, laughing in high, joyful voices as they spread their own smaller contagions. The Minotaurs answered with brutality even their allies had not thought them capable of. On a staging world where they took on supplies alongside a loyalist successor. Chapter, Theron's scans picked up an anomaly in the other chapter's apothecarian. A faint echo, a pattern in the gene seed awaiting implantation that rhymed too closely with the crawling pustulance's subtle markers. He brought the data to Moloch. "Their stock is compromised," he said. "Perhaps only slightly, perhaps by error of mine, but I cannot guarantee it is clean. And if it is not, then every neophyte they raise will carry a whisper of the same doom that gnaws at us." Moloch did not hesitate. He met with the other chapter's master for the formality of explanation. Words were exchanged. Protests were made. The loyalists spoke of oaths, of shared battles, of the insult implied. Moloch listened, nodding once when appropriate. Then he ordered his men to the apothecarian vaults. The neophyte pool of that chapter died in their sleep. Narthesia blades slipped into hearts. Helmets were sealed over faces so that the older brothers would not have to see the expressions on those barely men as their lives left. The gene seed extracted from them, already suspect, was burned without analysis. Records were adjusted. Officially, the successor chapter had lost its intake in a tragic reactor flare. Unofficially, everyone who mattered knew what had happened. The message spread faster than the official tale. The Minotaurs would butcher not only serfs and allies, but other Astartes, rather than risk further spread of the Great Plague. Enkomi walked those battlefields like a gaunt prophet. In shattered hive streets, where the air was thick with spores and promethium smoke, he strode along Minotaur firing lines, Crozius held high. His vox amplified litanies rolled over the sound of bolter fire and screaming. He saw brothers fighting with bandaged limbs that leaked fluids, No apothecary wanted to examine too closely, and he drove them on with words that turned their fear inward into fuel. "Every step toward terror is paid in pain," he shouted. "Every enemy you cut down is a sin burned away. You bleed not just for the throne, but to buy a future where your sons, if any are permitted, will not be born with rot in their veins. Fight as if every corpse you make is one more syllable in a plea the High Lords cannot ignore." His sermons did not comfort. They did not promise redemption. They simply framed the slaughter as penance, a language the Minotaurs understood. Among mortals, the legend of the Great Plague grew teeth. Stories told in trench dugouts and under huddled blankets spoke of a wasting carried in the wake of the bull-sigiled giants. Commanders began to speak in whispers of an accounting. Worlds where the Minotaurs had fought later reporting outbreaks of strange maladies, Death Guard fleets appearing along their projected path as if drawn by the scent. Some began to suggest that requesting Minotaur aid was as dangerous as facing the enemy unaided. They requested anyway. Fear of plague weighed against fear of extinction and found itself the lighter pan. Only after a culminating fleet action in the shadow of a dead star did the Daedalus Crater finally claw her way into clearer waters. The battle there was a knot of madness, a confluence of warp currents that had stranded multiple fleets over the years. Derelicts drifted in orbit around the corpse star, their hulls scarred by ancient fire. The Death Guard had made it a hunting ground, anchoring their own rust-swollen ships amid the graveyard. The Minotaurs ploughed into that mass, with the desperation of beasts smelling the end of a trail. Fire burned between wrecks and hulks, ricocheting off derelict hulls, turning the entire orbital field into a storm of ricochet and shrapnel. Boarding actions took place in corridors that had not known gravity in centuries. Minotaurs and plague marines fighting over ground that meant nothing except as an obstacle between them. When the guns finally fell silent, the dead star was rimmed with a halo of new debris. Fragments of plague ship and escort vessel tumbled slowly, joining the ageless ring of wreckage. The Daedalus Crater limped clear, hull scarred, engines throbbing, her escorts reduced but not destroyed. The navigators opened their warp eyes once more. This time, when they looked, the light of the Astronomicon burned a little brighter. Not the blazing sun it had once been in the age of Imperium, but a steadier flame than the guttering candle of Nihilus. The warp tide smoothed, just a fraction. "Segmentum solar lies ahead," the senior navigator whispered. "The throne's light is within reach, if the guns between here and there do not turn us to ash first." Astropaths sent screams into the void, announcing the approach of a plague-touched fortress monastery seeking audience at the throne. Somewhere far ahead, in the bastion of humanity's heart, defenses stirred. The crusade of the wasting had almost reached its destination. Whether it would be received as a returning warhound or as a rabid beast to be shot at the gate remained an open wound. The Sol system rose before them like a clenched fist. The Daedalus Crater tore. Free of the warp on the ragged edge of the system's outer cordon, hull shuddering as real space reasserted itself. Geller fields died down with a reluctant groan. Void shields flared, then settled into their steady, thrumming hum. For a heartbeat, there was only darkness and the distant cold glitter of stars. Then the Auspex lit. Contacts bloomed across the Strategium's hololithic pit in a rush, ghost sigils appearing faster than the serfs could count. Gun decks, lance batteries, tyrant pattern cruisers, Retribution-class battleships. An entire wall of Imperial might spread across the approaches to Terra like a ring of teeth. At the core of that ring hung larger shapes. A vessel the size of a hive city, studded with defense batteries and launch bays, bearing the device of an ancient chapter. A cluster of slab-sided fortresses, no mere stations but engines of war in their own right, studded with macro cannon, whose caliber dwarfed even the Daedalus Crater's heaviest guns. Smaller, sleeker silhouettes wove between them, vessels whose hulls shone auramite bright even through the Auspex's ghosting. "Solar cordon," murmured a senior officer, voice tight. "Battle fleet solar in force, segmentum reserve groups. I read marks of multiple chapters, ident codes from the custodian guard. They are all here." The hololith shifted, bringing the nearest clusters into focus. Battle barges bearing the sigils of chapters, whose names were spoken with a reverence the Minotaurs had never attracted. Strike cruisers of more measured legions, escort screens flying the colors of a dozen noble houses. Beyond them, like an eye peering through the defensive lattice, the faint outline of the phalanx drifted, its massive form unmistakable to any who had studied the old war charts. Moloch watched in silence. The Daedalus crater, once a terror in the dark, now felt small, not in mass or in armament, but in context. The sheer weight of metal and will pointed outward from terror made even a fortress monastery seem like a single claw on a much larger hand. "This is what we serve," Enkomi said quietly beside him, "the heart that beats beneath all the rot." Vox runes flashed across the command dais. A priority hail burned through the lesser channels, demanding attention. "Put it through," Moloch said. The voice that filled the strategium came from no mortal throat. "This is Lord Admiral Tiberian Hale, acting in the name of the Lord Commander of the Imperium and the High Lords of Terror," it said, clipped and cold. "Unidentified fortress monastery, you enter a restricted cordon. You will state your designation, allegiance, and purpose under pain of immediate annihilation." Moloch stepped forward until his helm's lenses caught the holopict, his brass-edged faceplate reflecting the ghost light. "This is the Daedalus crater," he answered. "Fortress Monastery of the Minotaurs chapter, executing a corward crusade under mandate of the Senatorum Imperialis. We come bearing wounds inflicted by the Death Guard's 7th Plague Company. Our gene seed has been tainted. We seek access to Terra's gene vaults and the sanctums of those who tend the Emperor's stock, that our corruption might be excised, or our line put down according to the throne's will." Silence followed, not the dead silence of a broken Vox link, but the tense, pulsing stillness of channels still open, of listeners conferring behind a wall of muted sound. Data streams flickered as the Daedalus crater's ident codes were cross-checked against 1,000 old directives and sealed ciphers. Some of those ciphers had the faint trace of High Lord sigils that very few chapters ever saw. "Hold position," Hale said at last. "You will advance no further without explicit sanction from Terra. Stand by for judgment." The link cut. Minutes passed, then tens of minutes. In the strategium, serfs dared not speak above a whisper. Captains stood, statue still. The only sounds were the click of cogitators and the faint, distant groan of the Daedalus crater's strained guts. Moloch left the strategium. He found Enkomi in one of the fortress monastery's high cloisters, a place where once, long ago, windows had looked out upon stars rather than armor. Now, thick slabs of plasteel and adamantine sealed the walls, their inner faces carved with reliefs of battles and executions. "You heard?" Moloch said. "Every Vox unit on this deck did," Enkomi replied. He turned, helm under his arm, the harsh planes of his face exposed. "They must decide whether we are a weapon or a risk, or both." Moloch stood opposite him. Without his helm, his features were those of a man carved from old stone, scar-ridden and heavy. "If Terra orders our termination," he said, the words blunt, "will you obey?" Enkomi did not answer immediately. He looked at the engravings on the wall instead, a depiction of Minotaurs slaughtering their way through a palace of some long-dead tyrant, bodies piled knee-deep, banners snapping in an unseen wind. "Our duty has never been to our own endurance," he said. "We have burned worlds at a word. We have slaughtered allies at a hint. We have never once hesitated. when the throne's will has reached us. If the Emperor's house decides that we are a plague, risk too great to tolerate, then we are already dead. I will not argue with the verdict of terror." Moloch's jaw tightened. "And yet," Enkomi went on, "duty also demands that we present all factors. I will argue for our utility. I will point out that we bring not merely a plea, but experience and proven obedience. A weapon willing to turn itself upon its own throat if ordered is a rare thing. I will make that rarity known. If their will is our death," Moloch said, "I will walk into whatever chamber they choose and kneel. I will order our brothers to do the same, and I will ensure they kneel with their heads high," Enkomi replied. "We are not curs to be dragged. We are hounds that understand when the hunt is over." Elsewhere, the captains whispered, they used secured vox bands, tight beam links, shielded behind layers of code, speaking in the brief windows between drills and inspections. Their words were always couched, always careful, but the tension bled through. "If terror orders us culled," one said, his voice flattened by helm filters, "will you simply bend your neck?" "We were made to bend," another replied. "That is what distinguishes us from the rabid. We exist because terror needed something that would do what others would not. There is a difference between obeying brutal orders and accepting that you and your whole lineage will be erased because someone in a palace is afraid of a whisper in your organs," a third countered. "We have paid for this chance in worlds and blood. Do we not have the right to argue with more than words if the answer is no? To raise your hand against terror is to become exactly what the enemy says we are," the second captain said. "Traitors, plague carriers, beasts. There is no middle ground. Either we accept judgment, or we are no longer Minotaurs. We are something else." A pause. "And yet," the first captain murmured, "if they open fire on us as we kneel, then we die as we have lived." A fourth cut in, voice oddly calm. "Under orders. The only choice we have left is whether to be ashamed of what we were when the guns speak. I, for one, will not have my last act be turning those guns back upon the throne." Their arguments went in circles, not because they lacked conviction, but because all paths led to the same cliff: duty, death, or damnation. They were merely debating the angle at which they would fall. The decision was not yet rendered when the warp tore again. Warning runes flared across the Daedalus Krater's consoles. Fresh contacts bloomed at the edge of the soul cordon, appearing in ugly, jagged bursts. Smaller than the great Death Guard fleets that had stalked the Minotaurs through Nihilus, but numerous, their signatures dragged an oily smear across the Auspex displays. Unidentified vessels translating at bearing Omega, called the Auspex chief. Patterns, plague-warped, hulls encrusted, power readings erratic. These are Death Guard. The solar cordon reacted instantly. Imperial ships shifted in perfect drilled formations, turning their prows toward the new threat. Launch bays opened, bleeding attack craft. Lances tracked, their tips igniting with contained starfire. Voxnets crackled with orders, ciphers, barking commands to fire control. The Death Guard did not maneuver. They came on in a feral, straight line, drives burning dirty and hot. Their hulls were already cracked, some venting atmosphere, others bristling with the stumps of broken masts and antennae. This was not a full fleet. This was a squadron thrown forward like a handful of poisoned knives, every ship in it already half ruined by some earlier engagement. "They have fired," someone said. It was hardly necessary. The plague torpedoes left their tubes in a ragged, staggering volley, their paths weaving unpredictably as their corrupted machine spirits howled. They did not aim only for the Daedalus Krater. Some sped toward other Imperial vessels, a broad smear of spite intended for the entire cordon. "Of course," murmured Theron over the command vox. "One last attempt to damn us in the Emperor's eyes. If the plague breaks out here, they will not differentiate between victim and vector." Intercept, Moloch snapped. All point defense batteries, all close escort. We will not allow the plague god's toys to reach this system. The Daedalus crater snarled. Flak walls erected themselves in the void as its guns spat. Storms of tracer carved paths through the oncoming torpedoes, each detonation a sudden, ugly blossom of filth and fire. Loyalist escorts burned their engines white, flinging themselves into lines of approach, point defense mounts blazing, some dying as plague warheads clipped them and exploded, painting their hulls in crawling contagion that void shields barely held at bay. Still, some torpedoes got through. No defense net was perfect. Moloch made a decision. "Hard burn," he ordered. "Bring us between the warp-born filth and the primary terror-bound shipping lanes. All ahead, we ram." The idea of ramming within sight of Terror's guns would have horrified more measured commanders. For Moloch, it was simply a tool. The Daedalus crater's engines flared. The fortress monastery surged forward like a predator breaking from cover, its massive bulk rolling, angling itself so that its armored flanks presented to the oncoming plague squadron. Macro batteries roared, lances flensed strip after strip from one plague cruiser until the thing's spine showed, then shattered that spine in a spray of molten matter. They did not slow. The first Death Guard vessel struck by the Daedalus crater's prow was already listing, hull split along its length, plague torpedoes still dribbling from its wounded tubes like pus. The impact drove it sideways, cracking it further, sending chunks of corrupted metal spinning away. Ramming prows meant for boarding actions tore through rusted armor, burying themselves in diseased guts. "Detonate the melter charges," Moloch said. Boarding torpedoes already buried in the plague ship's hull obeyed. Charges primed for normal insertion work were overloaded, their warheads turned inward. A chain of blinding suns walked the length of the Death Guard cruiser, turning its interior into a roaring furnace. The Daedalus crater's own hull plates glowed, warped, scarred by proximity, but held. Other Minotaur vessels followed suit. Strike cruisers slammed into crippled plague escorts, their prows cutting like axes. Boarding shields became battering plates. Once they had burrowed deep enough into the enemy hulls that escape would be impossible, Minotaur captains ordered their internal melter stores overloaded. The resulting mutual destructions were obscene flowers of fire and filth, blossoms that burned away most of the corruption in their own heat before the Soul Cordon's purifiers finished the rest. The Death Guard died laughing. Even as their hulls broke, they vented everything they had. Tanks of concentrated disease ruptured, spilling clouds of spores that steamed against Imperial void shields. Plague furnaces were jettisoned, their contents flung into space where they hardened into tumorous asteroids. Vox channels filled with gurgled hymns, praising Nurgle for such a glorious end before cutting off in bursts of static and choking mirth. When at last the last plague ship died, the void around the Daedalus crater was a haze of cooling debris and lingering contamination. Solar defense. Vessels kept their distance, guns trained, auspex tasting the air. Then the custodians came. They arrived not in vast ships, but in precise, deliberate detachments. Spear-shaped craft of auramite and black, bearing no icons but the eagle and the Emperor's star, slid from the formation nearest the system's heart and glided toward the Daedalus crater, with the poise of predators, unconcerned by anything they might meet. They did not dock in the usual fashion. No clanking umbilicals, no rattling airlocks. They extended armored boarding bridges, like the tongues of serpents, each one bristling with auspex pylons and weapon mounts. Their own void shields wrapped these narrow conduits in layers of protection, as if afraid that even a touch against the Minotaur's hull might contaminate them. At the far end of one such bridge, a small delegation of custodes waited. They were giants, even by Astartes standards, their auramite plate gleaming despite the hard light. Plumes rose from their helms. Guardian spears rested easily in their hands. as if weightless despite the mass of metal and ability folded into each. Their presence turned the air itself heavy. Moloch met them at the threshold. He had stripped his Terminator plate, coming instead in standard battle armor, still brazen but less imposing. To wear full war panoply before those who guarded the throne would have been presumption. Behind him stood Enkomi and Theron, and a handful of captains chosen for their steadiness rather than rank. "You will remain on your side of the field," the leading custodian said. His voice was deep, calm, utterly unafraid. "We will not set foot upon your decks. We will observe." "Observe what?" Moloch asked. "Your willingness," the custodian replied, "to cut out your own weaknesses." It began immediately. Under the eyes of men who had walked the Emperor's halls, the Minotaurs turned their gaze inward in a way even they had never fully done before. Suspected plague traces, once enough to merit monitoring, now meant death. Brothers with recurring fevers, with scars that wept just a little too long, with dreams that lingered too vividly, were summoned to chambers where Theron and his apothecaries stood ready. They knelt. They were shot through the head. Their gene seed, already known to be suspect, was taken only so it could be burned in vault furnaces. Decks that had seen the heaviest concentration of Death Guard presence during the earlier boarding were emptied. Chapter serfs were marched out in their tens of thousands, lined in corridors, checked once, twice, then vented to the void regardless. Better certainty than mercy. Their bodies pinwheeled away into the black like so much waste. Whole sections of the ship, quarantined but not yet destroyed during the first purges, were finally incinerated. Thermal charges turned them into blazing pockets that boiled bulkheads, slagged corridors, and left behind only warped tunnels. Spirits screamed as sacred systems were sacrificed, their functions rerouted through jury-rigged conduits that strained under the load. The custodians watched it all. They did not comment. They did not offer advice. They simply observed, taking in the Minotaurs' methodical self-mutilation, their utter lack of hesitation as they bled themselves of strength and history alike. In the astropathic choir, a final message came. The astropath who took it was old, her eyes already milky from a lifetime of staring at the warp's screaming light. When terror's response surged through the sea and slammed into her mind, she shrieked, blood pouring from her nose and ears. Her body convulsed, spine arching, as the raw weight of the throne's will burned along her nerves. She lived long enough to speak. "Judgment rendered," she gasped, voice thin, "by decree of the Senatorum Imperialis, under the regency of the Lord Commander, the Minotaurs chapter is to be permitted entry into the Sol system under strict quarantine protocols for gene seed examination and potential remediation." Her back bowed, skin smoking. "Your continued existence is contingent," she forced out. "No guarantees, no promises, only the chance to be weighed on the scales beneath the palace." Her eyes burst. She slumped, smoke rising from her sockets like incense. Acolytes moved in to cradle her, whispering prayers. One reached for a quill to record the message even as it was spoken, unwilling to risk any detail being lost. The words spread through the command decks like a slow, cold flood. Permitted, not welcomed, not embraced. Granted not absolution, but the opportunity to stand before those who could end them with a gesture and argue their worth. For most chapters, such conditional acceptance would have been an insult. For the Minotaurs, it was more than they had expected. "It is our nature that has bought this," Theron said to Moloch later, standing once more among the crippled stasis stacks. A kinder chapter might have hesitated. They might have tried to save more of their serfs. They might have balked at burning so much of themselves at the cordon's demand. In that hesitation, the plague god would have found cracks. Terror would have seen risk, not resource. "We obey," Moloch said, even when obedience means setting our own house on fire. And so they see a tool that still cuts cleanly, Enkomi added, no matter how rust creeps along the edge. Cruelty had been their currency for as long as they had existed. They had spent it on others without thought. Now, turned upon themselves, it had bought them a sliver of time. The Daedalus crater moved. Tugs and escort craft took up positions around her, their guns never wavering. Vox channels unfolded, layer upon layer of orders and counter-orders, as the vast machine of Sol's defense network adjusted to the presence of this diseased but obedient stranger. Clearance, codes flickered. Quarantine arcs were plotted, their perimeters bristling with weaponry. Under the gaze of 1,000 augurs and 1,000,000 souls, the Minotaurs' fortress monastery began her slow advance toward the inner system. Through viewports and external pict feeds, the light of terror grew. It was not a gentle light. It was the fierce radiance of a world that had been burned and rebuilt and burned again, its atmosphere thick with the exhaust of 1,000,000 engines, its surface crawling with endless tiered hives. Above it hung rings of steel and fire, station upon station, gun upon gun, all pointed outward. Beneath those bulwarks, under the roots of the imperial palace, lay vaults older than the chapter that now crawled toward them. Vaults where gene seed from the days of the Great Crusade slept. Vaults where secrets had been entombed, where knowledge of how to shape and reshape the Emperor's angels of death was guarded by men in auramite, who answered to no lord but the throne. In the belly of the Daedalus crater, the corrupted legacy of the Minotaurs pulsed in its caskets. The touch of the Seventh Plague Company lay coiled in those organs, a sneering promise written in rot. Above in the void, the Death Guard's last spores drifted, seeking any chink in the Corden's armor. Between those threats and the heart of mankind, the Minotaurs advanced. Into the light of terror, carrying their own doom like a relic, they went to be measured